All right, folks. Thursday evening is coming in hot. And you know what that means? It's time for another round of the evening therapy session brought to you by your favorite hosts, the Fearless Podcast and the one and only Ronin Travelers. This week, episode 3, we're getting deeper, we're getting realer, and we're bringing you the truth you need to hear. Now we've got our special returning guest, a true Southern belle from Atlanta, Georgia. She's got a master's degree in therapy and she knows her stuff when it comes to relationships and mental health. You don't want to miss her insight, folks. This time, she's tackling a topic that hits home for a lot of people: why men suffer in silence. Did you know that according to national stats, over 6 million men suffer from depression every year, and men are 4 times more likely to die by self-deletion than women? This is real, folks, and it's happening every day. Too often, men are taught to keep it all inside, to man up and deal with it alone. But tonight, our expert therapist is breaking down why this happens, what you can do about it, and how we can change the conversation around men's mental health. So if you're struggling or you know someone who is, if you're tired of carrying that weight alone, tune in this Thursday night. We're going to dig into what's really going on in men's heads and talk about the real issues that keep men silent. It's the conversation you need to hear: lively, blunt, and most importantly, honest. Our therapist will be sharing her powerful insight, and you know Fearless and Ronin will be asking the questions you've always wanted answered. So grab your seat, tune in, and let's get into it. Thursday night, episode 3 of the evening therapy session with the Fearless Podcast and Ronin Travelers. Be there, because the only way we grow is by breaking the silence. We'll see you there. Don't miss it.
Hey, welcome everyone. Once again, this is therapy session on Thursday. We're going to get real deep this time. Last week and the week before, we had this beautiful Southern belle on, and we talked about why are women angry? This week, we're going to talk about the men. We want to talk about depression, anxiety, why men suffer in silence. We want to know why. I know a lot of guys out there, we are built to be strong, persevere, but sometimes we need a shoulder to cry on, somebody to hug, somebody to talk to. And we don't do none of that. Maybe it's because we feel vulnerable. Maybe it's because of how we were raised. Maybe that's a stereotype. Whatever it is, we're going to find out tonight. We're going to work through this together. Now, in the chat, I've already put some numbers. So if you feel depressed, you feel like something ain't right, we got a few hotlines you can call. But hopefully we can get through some sessions here together. So without further ado, and without no starting, let's bring up our guest. There she is. Caused a little controversy last time you were on the show. Let's see what we can stir up. How you doing this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Well, just in case the people missed you last time, why don't you introduce yourself and let's get started.
Well, I was going by Georgia, but I think I'll say my real name.
What? Oh, I wouldn't do that now. The last time we had a woman in here, she wanted to know people's credentials.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm Georgia.
You can be whatever. I'm just saying, people always test.
I'll wait. If you want to
if you were a different color, they wouldn't ask your credentials. But
well, I'm a licensed professional counselor. I have a master's degree in clinical mental health from Mercer University. So it's a school here in Atlanta, Georgia. And so I've been practicing since 2009, and I have a private practice. And I think I can't tell.
No, you're fine. I'm playing with the camera.
Oh, okay. And so I currently work with individuals, and I do some couples counseling, not necessarily premarital counseling, but do couples counseling, and work with only adults at this point. I did a lot of children early on, so I only work with adults 18 and over at this point.
Fantastic. So last week, as we talked about, it was why women are angry. And I know you got a lot of feedback with that. Even in the comments, I had people commenting, wanting to know crazy things. Everybody has a perspective. And even on this, we're going to have a perspective. So I had a lot of guys that contacted me. I hope he reached out in the comments, and we want to talk about some things about depression. So first of all, what is the difference between depression and anxiety? And just to let you know, guys, I'm only going to ask questions for maybe about a half an hour. Then we're going to bring Ronin up. He's going to ask a lot of questions. Then we're going to open the panel to everyone. So That's my first question.
Well,
I'm curious. I know you
there's
said depression and anxiety.
yeah, so I wanted to talk about depression and anxiety. So I like the fact that we're only focusing on men. I thought we were going to be doing men and women, but I do like the fact that we are talking about um, men in particular. So depression and anxiety, very different. Depression, we talk about what people think of the typical symptoms, losing interest in daily activities, not being able to focus, sadness, feeling hopeless, um, just feeling down. And unfortunately, a lot of times men are not recognizing their symptoms of depression because their symptoms of depression are presenting as anger and
Yes.
just irritability, short temper, things of that nature. So I think we have to start looking at things differently as how they present in different cultures in particular. But with anxiety, it's more of, that fear or that worry that you can't seem to shake. And it can be something that literally lasts, a few seconds, or it can go, we have people who suffer from anxiety for days on end and aren't able to function. Um, it could be anything from not being able to focus, not being able to concentrate, um, heart palpitations, sweating, shaking, just feeling numb or not being able to do anything. So anxiety is really it's that feeling of just being overwhelmed.
As
Yeah,
as I was doing the research, I was seeing that people can suffer from both simultaneously. So some comedians was out there, hey, how you suffer from both? They're making light of the situation, but can a person suffer from both anxiety and depression simultaneously?
absolutely. It happens all the time. So and we have a lot of individuals that will come into therapy for depression. And then once that depression is under control, then they'll start presenting symptoms of anxiety. It happens all the time. Sometimes that depression can be so strong you don't even realize that the anxiety is there. So oftentimes we do see comorbidities such as anxiety and depression.
And I know before you were saying, hey, I thought we would talk about women. And one reason I wanted to focus on men is why is it indifferent? It seems to be that a man that suffers with depression compared to the attention that a woman receives is completely different. Why is that?
As far as in therapy,
Or for instance, you always hear, oh, the woman, she's going through depression. If a man says it, and I'll play some videos where it's like, oh, there's no such thing as depression. You just got to man up. You got to do this. Even I have a video that I looked at where they said there's a thing as postpartum depression for men after a child is born, which I thought I had never heard of.
mm-hmm.
But if you say that to a woman, she gets the sympathy, she gets the care. Where even if you go to a doctor and say, "Yeah, I'm feeling depressed," it's more like, "Yeah, you just suck it up," is what we say. Why is that when it comes to men, but a whole different thing when it comes to women?
Well, I think I hope that's not the case. I do understand what you're saying, but I think because men for the most part are expected just to push through, and you'll be okay, suck it up, work harder or do something to distract yourself, not recognizing that truly a man is suffering, and it can look the same in a man or in a woman, but you're at some points it is treated differently. So I think because history has been just really hard on men having this rough exterior and not talking about their feelings and not displaying their emotions or their hurt or their sadness, whereas women are given more of leeway when it comes to having a bad day or having a hard time or just struggling with whatever. Women are just given more room to be not okay, whereas men are not.
Yeah, Bucket says in the chat, you hear man up, but you never hear woman up. It would almost
Correct.
be a thing.
Correct.
I want to play this video, and I think it goes to that. So give me a sec. Let's comment on this.
This is one of the main reasons why men prefer to go and cry on silence.
You are not his father.
Sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, Gianna, calm down, babe. It's okay. We're all here. We're all here.
I'm here.
So while the guy
I play that because I want to know if you noticed what I noticed. When you seen that, what did you see?
Well, I only saw the picture of the baby.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I can do this again. And I want you to watch and I want you to see and hear what I heard.
Okay.
This is one of the main reasons why men prefer to go and cry on silence.
You are not his father.
Sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh,
Gianna, calm down, babe. It's okay. We're all here. We're all here.
I'm here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So what did you see?
I mean, clearly the woman is openly grieving and hurting, whereas the man is standing there and literally tears streaming down his face and not doing anything, just kind of having to deal with it on his own. And that's indicative of how most men have to deal with stuff is on their own, or they feel like they have to do it on their own.
I'm going to play this one more time. But before I play it, I want you to see how. Now, let me set the stage. There's a child born. There's a guy who loves this child.
Mm-hmm.
He has no inclination that the child is not his. The woman knows that there might be a chance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she knows that she slept with someone else. The judge says he's not the father, right? Who do the people come to the rescue to?
The woman.
Who do you think is hurt more? She already had an idea it could not be hers. So let's play it one more time, and I want you to hear who they come to the rescue to.
This is one of the main reasons why men prefer to go and cry on silence.
You are not his father.
Sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh,
Gianna, calm down, babe. It's okay. We're all here. We're all here.
I'm here.
We all here. It's going to be okay, baby. We all here for you. Who you think is hurting more? You know, the hardest punch is the one you never see coming.
Right.
She knew there had to be, she knew there was a possibility. She knew she slept with people. Maybe he didn't know. But I think this is the reason why men suffer in silence, because who comes to our rescue?
Right.
Who pats us on the shoulder? He has to stand there and be strong. He has to stand there and hold it in, where she gets to cry out. And everybody comes, even though the woman is in the wrong, because she knew. Everybody comes to her rescue.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the reasons I think the men suffer in silence, because no matter what we do, we don't get the same affection. We don't get the same care. We don't get the same attention. You got to be strong, man.
Right.
You got to be strong. Why is that with society? And do you believe that traditional masculinity roles, and it's unfair to blame men for that silence that we struggle through? Is that why? Is it because of how we were raised? Is it because of society? Is it because of race? Do you see a difference in any of those aspects?
Well, now I definitely think it has to do with how, society and, how most men are, I'm not going to say all men, how most men are raised to, not show that sensitive side or that hurt side, and to go behind closed doors and deal with it. I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like that differs across races. In my experience, I have men from many different backgrounds that come into therapy who have been dealing with things in silence, and it's pretty similar, them having to go through issues at work or issues at home and not having anybody to talk to. So I don't know that I have not seen a difference culturally, across cultures. But yes, I do think it's society and the home, the environment on how men are taught to hold back. Don't show your feelings, don't show that softer side, which is considered weak. And I think it's a very unhealthy mindset.
Another question is, because I didn't know when I tried to research this, a lot of depression is a guy just retreats, where he becomes silent. And a lot of times people say that, oh, you've just been lazy. You've just been lazy. So why is it with men, it's you're just being lazy, where a woman you can? And I'm going to play this gentleman because I think this is how society thinks depression is, where it's not really depression, it's just you. And this comes from men.
I don't believe in depression. I do believe in depressing. The idea of clinical depression as a disease, I reject absolutely, and I do not believe in. I believe that certain things can happen that will make you feel depressed. And I believe that it's an evolutionary instinct humans have to warn them that there's something they're unhappy about in their life, right? A lot of people are pretending depression is why their life is shit, when in reality, their life is shit, which is why they're depressed.
What say you?
Well,
I'm just saying this is how it goes out. You're not really depressed. It's just a depressed situation. There's no such thing as that. You just got to get off your ass and do something. You depressed, you just got to work out. You depressed, you just got to go.
well, clearly I don't agree with that mindset. I think depression is very real. And unfortunately, for men, they go for many years, unchecked because again, you're not motivated, you are lazy, you don't have any goals, you don't have any directions. What about, okay, I'm depressed, I've been through a lot, and I'm literally having a hard time getting up every day. And I do see that a lot. And I think we have to be really careful, especially with our young men, not to assign you're lazy. You're not doing anything. Why won't you do anything? Versus saying, what is wrong? And I said that in the last podcast, ask the question, what's wrong? And stop assuming that a person just doesn't want to do, and think about, what, maybe this person just doesn't have the capability to do anything.
I know that you stated that you don't see anything around cultural differences. But as I played some videos and I did some research, especially like Latinos, the guy would come home and be like, I'm depressed. I'm like, depressed? It's like you didn't even understand what depressed is. Man, we worked, we did this, we did all of this. We don't even, in their perspective, they don't even have time to be depressed, is what they're saying. What do you mean you're depressed? So do you think that there's something culturally where they say you just haven't done it? What do you mean? Especially when it comes from a parent, because maybe the parent has been through so much more and they've strived through, and they say, well, you really haven't been through anything. How can you be depressed?
Okay. So let me correct myself in saying that. When we were talking about depression, I was speaking of how it presents across cultures. But yes, I do think culturally there are many differences, especially when you said Hispanic community, the Asian community, whereas you push through it. You don't have time to sit down. You need to just figure it out and keep going. And yeah, there are, cultures, if a man says they're depressed, it's like they've got three heads. So I do, yes, that is a thing. And again, I think we have to do better with our men as a whole in recognizing that they're human and they're not these robots, and they go through things, and depression is one of them.
Well, I know we like to talk about relationships. That is one thing. And I've told women for years, in my opinion, that the breakup is much easier for you than it is for him. And I say, yeah, because here's the thing. What happens when a guy breaks up? He ain't got nobody to talk to. If he tell his boys, man, yeah, she hurt. Man, get over that. Man, what you doing, brother? You know how many hoes is out here you can go on, you can do this? We get it where you can't say it, It's like, man, what's wrong with you? when a woman breaks up with a man, she has that whole community she calls. Girl, it's gonna be all right. Girl, you want to go out? Let's go this. They surround her, uplift her, and take her out and make sure that she gets through it. Where a guy, like I said, he suffers in silence. Do you see from your studies a woman who goes through that depression, especially through a breakup, different than when a man goes through? Because we're expected, no matter what. And let me play this one. And this is what I'm talking about. And then it kind of corresponds.
Okay, so I work in a kitchen filled with men, right?
For sure.
And I'm the only female chef in there.
Yeah.
So I get to observe how men communicate.
Oh, yeah. That's okay. Now we unpacking.
It's interesting. And what I noticed about your build is that you have the capacity to work and suffer at the same time.
For sure.
Right.
For sure.
Women don't.
Okay, so when you say work and suffer, elaborate. What does that mean?
You could be physically or emotionally or mentally defeated,
Drained,
but you're still
tired,
going to go to work, and you can still, like, you have the physical capacity to execute whatever it is that you need to do.
That's in relationships too. Yes, absolutely.
I agree.
That's in relationships. Yeah, it's not just work. It's
Okay.
not. Yeah, it's not just occupation.
I agree.
Okay.
Men suffer in silence often.
Yeah.
Because our existence is based on what we can provide to you all.
What say you?
I agree. And I have men who come into counseling after a divorce or in the midst of a divorce, and they have not talked to anybody. And one of my first questions when I do have men coming in because of a breakup, but most of the times it's because of a divorce, who have you talked to? And most times they haven't even confided in their siblings. Most of the time the parents, their parents are aware of what's going on, but they haven't even reached out to their brothers or sisters or, their friends. And I always encourage men, you have to create your support system. And I don't feel that it's that men don't have that support. I think men don't really recognize that they just have to say something. All men, or I'll say majority of men, have been through a breakup and have been hurt, but they don't talk about it. But I don't think it's because you've got a friend saying, man, don't tell me about, I don't want to talk about your breakup. I think it's just that kind of feeling of, I don't want to look weird or I don't want to look weak. But I think once men, or in my practice, when I do encourage men to go out there and create their support system, they're so surprised at how much support they do have and how much better they feel once they start talking to their friends and their siblings and other family members about what's going on. So I don't think that they don't have that support. I think they just don't know that they can just simply say, I'm struggling right now.
How many men have you talked to, not in therapy, but just in general? When you ask them throughout your life, people like, what's going on with you? Everything all right? You're like, everything's all right. No matter what's going on, you hear, I'm all right. Have you heard that?
I've heard a lot.
I'll play this, and this is what the response is when a man says that, because I think we are programmed to just make sure that everything is all right. The world can crumble around us. We can lose everything, but we still got to be all right.
You ever ask a man how he's doing and he says, I'm all right. I'm here to tell you, that man is not all right. That man is battling demons that you cannot even possibly imagine. That man is struggling every single day to find a reason to keep going. And the reason we say we're all right is because as a man, nobody really fucking cares what you're going through. So why even bother to say it? But you know what? I feel you, brother. Because I'm all right too.
Why do we feel the need to say we are all right? And in your practice, when you talk to guys, and how long does it take a guy to open up compared to like a female to open up?
Well, I'm nosy, so my first sessions are pretty productive because I ask a lot of questions. I do hear in general conversations, in social settings where you ask a man, how are you doing? I'm good. I'm straight. I'm all right. So with me being in this field, I'll say, well, how's your mental health? And they're looking at me like, okay, you being weird right now. But then you can see kind of like that look like, oh, like she really wants to know how I'm doing. A lot of people, when you say, how are you? Um, you talk, you say, how are you? And people are just assuming, I'm fine. And why not just say, what, my day sucks right now. I'm having a shitty day. My job is shitty. Why not just say how you're feeling and stop saying I'm all right. So I think if you create a space where that man, well, what do you mean by all right? Man, I heard this is going on. I heard that's going on. You can't be all right. Ask more questions, start digging into what you know about this person and really check in. How are you doing?
There was a video I watched with a lady, and she would go around, and that's all she was doing. She would go up to men and be like, "Hey, brother, how you doing? You all right?" Smile. And they were so shaken. They were so, I don't know if put off, surprised, um, that they didn't know how to answer. It was like someone actually asked me how I'm doing.
Mhm.
And it was such a like a revelation. Like nobody ever asked a man how he's doing. It's always something else.
Right.
Do you see that men just don't get asked? Nobody cares.
I
And I
do.
say that because go ahead.
Well, I was going to say one of the things you said, how long does it take a man to open up in therapy? Well, in my experience, it doesn't take, by the first 2 or 3 sessions, I know a lot about what's going on. But I will say what's interesting is that my men who become emotional in the first session, they literally fight back tears until I tell them, this is your space. If you need to cry, cry, and we can just sit here for a minute. And it took me a minute to, learn the grounding technique as a therapist, to keep your tears in your head, because I will react when a man cries. And it took me a minute to be comfortable with a man crying in therapy, because, you're trained, but then actually being in a therapeutic situation where a man is sobbing is a different ball game. And, I had to learn those skills, and how do I comfort this man and allow him to have this space and feel safe and continue to share those emotions with me. So it's interesting how many men will start apologizing as soon as those emotions start coming up, or they'll try to choke them back. And I'll say, well, hold on. I said, I'm seeing something here. What's going on with you? And they're like, oh man, Leslie, why, I don't want to do this. Well, why not? Why don't you want to cry? So it's real interesting, the apologies I get from men when these emotions start coming up. They feel like they have to apologize or really have to stuff them back down. And it's not fair.
It's not fair. I'm gonna bring Ronan up, and the reason I asked that question is and said that is because of this. Let me see if I can bring this lady up. And it was such a shock to her that she couldn't understand. Let's see if I can.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Is he happy?
Oh, that's a weird question. Usually they ask.
Let me play that again because she was so surprised. And just to let you know, he said, "Are you married?"
Ah.
And usually they say, "Are you happy?" He asked, "Is he happy?"
Such an attitude.
That's how we feel. That nobody cares about us. It's always about you. The divorce party, you okay? Because a woman is like, you know, what do you mean? You asking if he happy? What the
Right.
hell? It's happy
Does
wife,
it
happy
matter if
life.
he's happy? Right.
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 Nobody wants to know about him. I think this is why guys suffer in the silence, because nobody cares. And it's such an off question to ask, is he happy? That it took her for a loop. She was like, nobody asked that. What do you mean? Am I happy? Help me out with that. Help me. I got to rationalize this, because, you know, this is why we don't say anything. This is why we go through life just like, man, I got to do it. You know, I got to get it out the mud.
So what you're saying is very valid. However, there are couples out there that actually communicate about their feelings, and they talk to each other and they discuss, you know, what's going on in the marriage, how do we fix it, how do we move forward. So I don't think it's fair to say all men feel this way, because
I'm gonna challenge you on that.
okay.
Because what I have found is when a man is vulnerable and he opens up, that the woman tends to lose respect for him. And I've seen relationships where it's like, I've never, you know, it's like, even with me, the people I've been with, they say, I've seen you cry at your mom's funeral and your dad's funeral. I've never seen any tears shed. And it's almost, and even when I've talked to other men, even with women, they'd be like, he was crying. There was an I'm going to try to find this clip. There was a female who was watching her man fight in MMA. You know, MMA is just rough. Sometime during that fight, I guess he did this. And she said, I lost total respect for him. I broke up with him. That's how brutal it is. So, you know, at any time, you can't show vulnerability. And I say that, and I'll give you a reason why. I know, you know, we went to a university, and there was a great college professor, Dr. Abercrombie, and he taught the Black man. And I still believe this philosophy is true. You can tell me if it's not through your practice. He was talking about men having multiple women. So a man has a wife, then he has a girl on the side, and maybe somebody else he deals with. 3 women. He said to his wife, the wife doesn't know anything. He doesn't say anything to her. You know, he lives that life. He showed a video where there was a woman and he was showing to the wife, and he said, hey, is this your husband? She's like, no, that can't be my husband. He's like at the club dancing. He's never danced. He was doing that with the mistress. He was doing that with the second woman. And the way Dr. Abercrombie went to explain this was the number 2 woman knows everything. He's vulnerable to her. He talks to her. He says all the things he would never say to the number 1 woman. He can be vulnerable to her because he doesn't care if she leaves. Now, usually what happens in a relationship is, you know, that number 2 lady or whatever happens, say the number 2 lady gets mad and tells the number 1 lady, the wife. In her mind, she thinks, well, now that you've broken up or now that you've got a divorce, I'll be the person you deal with. No. The number 2 woman is never the person he's going to deal with. Why? She knows too much about him. She knows where his vulnerabilities are. And he can never be that way with a woman who knows where his vulnerabilities are. So they always think they can move from number 2 position to the number 1 position. A man doesn't deal with a woman who knows all the vulnerabilities, the woman who's seen him cry, the woman who's seen him down. And it even happens when guys, just think about guys who have gone through relationships and they've broken up. And I've seen it time and time again, where the guy will cry and say, I need you back. Can we work this out? Can we do that? As soon as he does that, that woman loses respect. Now that woman all day can be like, I'm sorry. Can we work this out? Can we do this? Can we do that? All day long. As soon as a man does that, he's weak. She loses respect. Now I know you don't want to hear it. I'm just saying what reality is. And if you can go back in your Rolodex and think of men maybe you've dated, or think of girls who dated men, and they said, man, that brother was outside my crib doing this and that. Hey, what say you?
Hey, while you're waiting on her response, click on the link that's in the private chat. That's in my shorts. I need you to play that.
Okay, so I've never dated a man that I didn't see cry. I think that's weird. I think you guys are making these blanket statements about men. And I surround myself with some very healthy couples, and they have actually cried the men have cried in front of me, not just their wives. So
They cried in front of their wives?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm not talking about, hey, I just had a new baby kind of cry.
No, I'm talking about life. I'm talking about loss, talking about the struggles.
These are good friends of yours, I take it.
I'm sorry?
These are good friends of yours that you've probably known for quite a while?
And
these guys are comfortable around you because they know that what you do.
But I don't know if it's just that, but I'm thinking about the married men that I know and the wives that they have. And I know there's not one that I could think of that their husband hasn't cried in front of them. I think if you have that kind of dynamic, first of all, it's very unhealthy. So you all are making these blanket statements, and there are healthy marriages out there that have their stuff, but are actually friends and are able to cry in front of each other.
I will say this. Let me say this. I will say there are good couples out there that put on the act of being understanding. But when that woman gets pissed off and she's looking for an angle to strike back and she uses her mouth with venom, she's going to bring up every weak moment that man had in front of him as a disadvantage to down him.
Yes.
No,
yes.
It happened. It's happened.
I'm not that woman.
No, I'm not. Here's the thing. We're going to say generalities because we know what a lot of men deal with. And I get you have a circle of friends where you can take little minutia type of polls and kind of see how they interact because you know them. But in general, let me put it this way, most likely the people that are around you, they're professional. They carry themselves in a certain manner. They're maybe upper crust or middle class. You don't know how grimy, and like you said, you didn't know how grimy women could be.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
So referring back to that, and you're talking about people growing up in the hood, raised by their mothers. The women are taught to be boss bitches and not have any emotion and be tough as nails and all this. The minute one of those dudes show any type of weakness, they might take it right then, but it's in their mental Rolodex to throw back at them the minute they get mad as a form of weakness to that man for showing that vulnerability at that time.
Okay, I'm not gonna disagree because I've seen that.
And before you do that, before you seen that, I'm gonna play this. I found that video.
Okay.
And this is the female. Give me 1 second. Who said that? And I know you don't see it like this, but as guys, I have seen it like this, and I had girls say this to me about their men. Like, oh man, he weak. That he ain't do this. He ain't do that. This is what we see. And then I see you, Ray Money. So before I go there, Ray Money says, "Hey Georgia, let me get that Ray Money in the house." He trying to get you to be Ivania. He said, "Hey Georgia, we tired of seeing these hood booger women all over these YouTube streets. When you gonna start your channel?"
Soon, very soon.
As you can see, there's a great need.
what do they say? You're the exception.
We call them unicorns. There are very few women in the space that are very open, the Kevin Samuels mentality, understanding where he was actually going with it without being offended by where he was going with it, type of thing. And there's very few women in that mindset that are on YouTube. They start calling those type of women pick-me's. So they even have a name for y'all when you start siding and being fair about your opinion on things that are going on. A pick-me is somebody that just wants a black man to pick them because they don't want to be alone. Thank you. As if that's an insult or something.
Let me see if I can find that.
You can't imagine. But while he's looking for that, please pull up that video. She needs to see that video.
I mean, go ahead if you want.
The one I sent you, the link that I sent you in the back chat. But there's a thing for military, and I have to relate things to military. Okay. We have a number in our heads for the military. It's called 22 a day.
Oh, didn't.
Do you know what that is?
No.
22 a day. Military men are what you would consider uber alpha males. These guys are the cream of the crop. They were probably, captains of their basketball teams, football teams, whatever the hell they were doing before they went in the military to take that challenge and serve their country. After they get out, 22 of them a day commit or self-delete because of depression and other things that they're battling. So this is why that subject's so important to me. And I am a depression, anxiety, and PTSD diagnosed recovery patient.
Okay.
So I've been diagnosed and gone through the recovery and the process of sitting there dealing with the therapist and being honest and trying to tear those wounds open and the traumas that I've dealt with while I was in service or whatever else I was dealing with. So there's a lot of truth to what you're saying, but at the end of the day, a lot of these guys have to have the courage to do it.
Right.
And it took me going through 2 marriages because as a military person, we compartmentalize, we reprioritize, we regrade ourselves and take on the mission of making sure our kids are happy, making sure our wives are happy. It's not until the whole house is empty, the kids are gone, your missions are all over, does any of that all fall back on you and you start realizing, hell, I've never dealt with shit that I should have dealt with 15, 20 years ago.
Okay.
And it starts to put itself out in other things. That's why you have a lot of veterans that go on drugs, get drunk, become homeless, can't apply themselves, have memory loss. And I used to blank out for hours at a time. I'd sit there, next thing I know, 3 hours later, I'd like, what the fuck? Didn't even know why I was sat there for 3 hours. Didn't even realize it was 3 hours.
Right.
I would literally blank out on time because I had so much on me that I had never dealt with.
Right.
And it wasn't until I went through my second divorce that it all hit me. These are better men than most that are sitting in here saying they have no problems. When in fact, everybody that's a black man in this world has PTSD.
Absolutely.
Because from the time that you were a child, you were told at one point in time how to act around a policeman, because if you acted wrong, you had the fear of going to jail.
Absolutely.
Just because of your skin color.
Yep.
So everybody sitting in this room right now thinking they don't have a fucking problem, I'm telling you, you do. Everybody in here says, I don't need therapy.
And I want to make sure.
I'm telling you, you need to seek some type of it and be honest when you do it.
Everybody needs to seek therapy. Everybody. Period.
So,
I want to make sure before we're not leaving yet, but I want to save some time toward the end, at least 15, 20 minutes, because I want to also talk about the solutions. I know we're talking about the problems now, but I want to make sure that you focus on some of the solutions. And I'm showing you these problems because I don't think you've seen it in what we do. And so let's start with some of the videos. First, you don't know what a pick-me-sha is.
No, I did. I was like, I guess I'm
so let me help you out with that. Let me help you out with what that is. And the sad thing is, these women are criticized. So let's go with the pick-me-shas.
Y'all don't know who pick-me-sha is. If y'all are new, It's a woman that will do anything for a man to pick her and choose her, even if he's dusty and broke, or just to have a man. So pick Misha, once she wakes up and gets it together, usually it makes the best type of gold digger. Why? Because she's making up for lost time. So she got to put in more work. She has been through the most and gotten the least. So she feels like she's due. And she does not by any means want to repeat her mistakes again. So she's careful and strategic. So if Pick Misha will make the best gold digger, then that means the whole time she had everything it took to get exactly what she wanted. She just didn't know how to use it.
Now, usually what the Pick Misha is just the woman who is doing what is necessary to find a man. She's being nice. She's being relevant. She's being kind. She's being traditional. She's doing what she thinks it takes to just be with a man. And the women are saying, why are you putting yourself out there? Why are you making yourself available for the men? That's what they go through. I'm going to play 3 videos in a sense simultaneously so we get through these. I don't know if I'll put this as a banner. Maybe not. So this one, and I'll play yours last, Ronan. When you're talking about the guy, where'd that one go? One second. Well, I'll play yours, Ronan, and I'll look for mine. All right.
Younger than me, she's not skinnier than me, and she's not prettier than me, then why couldn't it just be me?
Because she's softer than you. She's quieter than you. She doesn't yell at me. She doesn't call me an idiot. Stopping her from being happy is me.
I'll let you comment on that, Roman.
No, it's just the raw, unadulterated truth of how men think. Even though women think they might be the most beautiful thing to that man, he will still go out and seek his peace through another woman if she's abrasive like that.
And a lot of men don't have that. I mean, I know we come in from work, we do everything, and it's still do more. Do more, do more. From the time we're in, you got to provide. You got to take care of this. You got to take care of your family. It's this, this, and this. So how do men get beyond that? How do we show our softer side when society won't let us show our softer side? How do we become those gentle men when society won't let us become those gentle men? How do we cry when we cry? I mean, the title says it all. It says men suffer in silence. There has to be something to that. There has to be something to why men suffer in silence. And this isn't, and I can't even say it's generational. From every generation, that's how men have suffered. I mean, even to the point where, are you sick? You know, you think some men have to have a heart attack to be going to the doctor just because we can't say we hurt.
Okay. Okay. I'm struggling with, again, the blanket statements. There are women out there that truly care
Well,
about
I
their
tell you what, I say that because I say this. if 51% of the people say something, then I'm going to say it's a generality. Of course, when they take a poll, like for president, they don't call everybody in the United States. They only call a certain few. And out of those few that they call, they make a determination that that represents an entirety. So when we talk in generalizations, it's more because that is more of what we see than the less of what we see. So that's why. So even though we're saying it as a blanket statement, we understand it's not a blanket statement, but it applies to a lot more people than it doesn't.
Okay, so here's my question. Why are men entertaining women that they can't be friends with and they can't be vulnerable with? That's what I'm struggling with. Has this gone to the point of marriage with a woman that you can't even cry in front of?
Why is it that 90% of the women
We
are
can't
chasing
answer a question with a question. We got to give her an answer.
Okay.
And the
90%
answer
of
to
the women
me,
are chasing 10% of
the
the men.
answer to me is the women change real quick the minute you marry them.
But that's not that. Some
90% of the women are chasing
Okay,
10%.
but
some men
if
also
you look at what's the percentage of people filing for divorce, who is the higher percentage?
It's even higher since the pandemic. It's high.
Right, but the whole thing is women are the ones running for the divorce, not the men.
Sometimes.
No, it's already a proven statistic that almost
You don't
80%
say
of the
blanket
women
statement,
file for
but
divorce.
If
80% of women are
women
filing for a
and
divorce.
90% of the college educated women are, it's women. We can't talk about the exceptions and say that that's the majority.
But are you saying that
doesn't
women
relate.
are filing for divorce because they think the men are weak?
No, because they're just not happy. They're not being entertained by their men. The highest reason for divorce nowadays is irreconcilable differences, money, or they're just not happy. Not abuse, not any of the other things that you would think would be the reason why the woman is running to get divorced. It's because of those three: money, not happy, or just irreconcilable differences, meaning they just changed over the years.
Communication.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Not that they changed, they just don't know how to communicate anymore.
Right. But it's not that they don't know how to communicate anymore.
They refuse
didn't know
to.
how to communicate in the first place. And as life continued to throw things at them, the communication continued to deteriorate. If you start off being able to communicate with your partner, it's only going to get better. But if you started off not knowing how to say, babe, let's talk about this, it's only going to get worse in the marriage. So, those issues are there in the beginning. Those issues are there in dating. If there's things that you can't tell your girlfriend, why do you think you could be able to tell your wife? So,
Correct.
You know why that is? I'll tell you why that is. When a woman says, I want the truth, she does not want the truth. She don't want it. And I'm gonna be honest.
Only to use it against you later.
I'm gonna be dead honest. I hope I can bring up us. You were the first woman to tell me the truth. You were at a, I won't give the background. You were working at a bank at that time. You were like talking to someone at that time, and I asked you a question about that person, and you're like, he honest. And I was like, damn, you only got to be honest. But how many people can be honest when you just say, and you know why they can't be honest? I'll tell you another reason why they can't be honest. I know women who will get with a man that they like. They won't have sex with that man. But they doing Pookie and Ray Ray. They could be with that man for 6 months.
No. Don't dip your head up off the screen right now. Come on now.
I'm a good woman.
You know them girls too.
Good. They ain't telling the truth because she's trying to have a facade that's going on to that person. So you can't tell me that women tell the truth. That's why women enjoy the lie. They rather know the lie. Like they say, do whatever you're going to do. Just don't let me know about it.
Now remember, I'm the same man that told you my 80-year-old mother told me everything about why she did not want to teach me how women were.
It's not okay.
And so you say men, you want the truth, but a man, he can't be that way to the woman. He wishes he could. He can't be that way. He can't be that way to his children. He can't be that way to his wife. He can't be that way to his friends.
I'm gonna give
It's
you one for instance on why he can't. Let's put it this way: on Mother's Day, you're expecting the world, roses, dinner, this and the other. A father gets what on Father's Day? A pair of clothes, some underwear,
socks.
maybe some socks. If he opens his mouth to complain, what you think gonna happen? Now tell me who running the house. Tell me who really wants to acknowledge how much they love that person. And tell me why we're not suffering in silence when we can't even speak to the fact that we go all out for y'all's days. But we're an afterthought behind our children and everything else.
But I think again that goes back to communication. If
A woman knows when she's not buying equal amounts and contributing and reciprocating. A woman knows that. You shouldn't have to tell your woman, yo, I just dropped like 20, 30 grand on a down payment for a brand new car for you for your Mother's Day or whatever. You shouldn't have to say that as a man. She should be observant enough to see it. Aren't you guys supposed to be our helpmates?
Yes.
So why are we having to bring up things you should be equally observant to? About us, you're a man. About us, your man.
You just say what you say because we played. When you say we just talked about this, and I'm gonna play it again as soon as it comes up, and this tells you why. When you just said you can't open up, as soon as this processes, why that's processed, and I'm gonna show you this other one. Say why men, what the real reason men can't flinch for. One of them is gonna play. One of them, come on.
Is a great boyfriend. We fought on the same card. He fought the day before me. I fought the next day. During the fight, he almost gets knocked out. As this guy is mauling him, he goes like this. What do you think I was thinking?
Not good thoughts.
The boyfriend. My boyfriend. Like this.
Yeah, you didn't like it.
Fuck no.
Did it turn you off?
Oh my God, so much.
Whoa. So the way he was getting beaten was fucking with you. It wasn't just that he was getting beaten.
Like, you gotta fucking, like, take that shit.
Take it.
Yeah, like you know, like a champ or like a fighter.
Right.
Yeah, you can't be like,
wow.
Was
that the beginning of the end?
Yeah. And he was a great boyfriend. He was great.
Tap, 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 tap.
He was a great boyfriend, a great guy. But you better take that shit. That's how we feel. That's what depression looks like. That's why a man suffers in silence, because no matter
And this
what,
guy's a fighter.
Yeah, a trained fighter. He's fighting out there. You can be a good guy
On a professional card.
I can't get on board with that because again, you know, when you're choosing these women, I just can't because I think that's unfair. I think that, you know, first of all, there are signs in the beginning. And you can't tell me, well, I didn't know she was like that. Yes, you did. You got her in the bed and you were all mesmerized by that and weren't looking at the red flags. So I'm not buying the fact that this is new. We got married and she changed. No, it became more apparent because you can't get away from her that easily. So I don't think it's fair to say these women are changing and she wasn't like that before. She was like that before. She was a gold digger in dating. She's a gold digger in marriage. So I don't think it's fair to keep saying, well, the women are changing this, that, and the other.
So
yeah.
the phrase, the old adage.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
Are there some grimy women out there? Yes. But you also are dealing with some men out there who are not being honest about the type of woman that they started dating and then decided to marry.
Yes.
So there are grimy women out there and there's some trifling men out there. But I don't think it's fair to keep saying that, you know, women aren't supported. This is why men suffer in silence. It's that there's a plethora of reasons of why men suffer in silence. But I'm not going to support the idea that there's all these women out there that don't support their men who are struggling or need a shoulder to cry on or just need to talk about the shit they're going through. It's not
that is true. then why are 80% of the women leaving? All right. First, let me address this. When you said we're talking about men, because I want to address this one, and then I want to say something.
When you didn't show up for my birthday in St. Louis, and I felt that you wouldn't give me the time and attention that I needed, I told you we should just become friends because it seemed like that you weren't showing me no interest.
You wanted me to court you and woo you like you was my girlfriend.
I never did want to do that.
Yes,
You just
you
saying
did.
that, okay. But you can have
that's
that.
real talk.
You can have that.
That's
okay.
real talk.
Okay.
He was vulnerable. He opened up. He said, I just wanted you to come to my birthday and show me. Huh? Man, you a woman? You want me to court you like you a woman? That's what we see. I know you may not see it, but as men, this is what we see all the time. And so last week we did a video about what was it, cheating or guys finding out or something like that. And we know, I'm gonna tell you, I seen like there was a 17-year-old boy or 20 years old, and he got hurt. He was with his girls 5 years, and he found out she on a dating site and she doing all of this. You know what all the men said? The men were like, yeah, sorry, brother. In a year, you were created by these women. They created you. They gonna make you into the man that man that they all hate. They just created you, because that's what happens. The most innocent time a man is vulnerable is that first woman. That first woman he falls in love with. He's everything. He's that pure, innocent person. And usually they wreck him. They wreck him over the coals. And they turn him into a beast. They turn him into the beast. Not he wasn't. Guys,
the thing that men do, we conquer, we protect, but we also adapt. And if our environment is telling us this is the only way to be successful in your environment, to have the type of woman you want, and maybe that's the wrong type of woman to go after. But in his environment, he's going to change in order to get what he wants.
I ain't bringing you up, but let's just put you as an example. Not you specifically.
We're not making this personal. We doing it.
No. I'm saying you as a woman.
I'm good. I'm good.
Not you, but you. When I say you as in women. At what age did you say, I don't need that Pookie and Ray Ray. I don't want that all that thug dude, that dude who wasn't worth anything. It wasn't in your 20s when you were your best looking. Probably wasn't in your 30s when you had more. It was probably later in your life. Yeah, that's right. It was later in your life. So when a guy says, I'm nice, I'm this, he don't get that woman, because the woman, and not you, just saying you as a person, when you were at your best, meaning you were younger, you were nicer, you were cuter, whatever.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Let's put it that way.
When you were that person, you didn't want that guy. He couldn't have been that. It's only after you matured, went through life, suffered, and you got tired of all of those Pookies and Ray Rays, did you say, okay, I can? What the hell? In a sense, and not this, but what happens with a lot of guys is we feel we are getting a leftover. We ain't getting the first choice. We're not the first
runner-ups. The nice guy is the runner-up.
The guy that you chose after everything else happened.
That's not fair. So first of all, I never liked.
No, not fair, or is it true?
Okay,
fair or
for me, okay.
For you only, but in general.
No, don't do that. So for me, that's not true.
Okay.
I was never a Pookie Ray Ray person. Okay, I wanted somebody who I could take out in public and bring home to my mother. But I do understand what you're saying.
But was there a guy that you didn't take out in public that you messed with behind the
You gotta let her finish.
I know, but hold up. She said, I want a guy I can take out in public. How many guys did you entertain that you couldn't take out in public?
That you wouldn't take
out in public?
That was low key. That was low key on the low on the back. You just don't talk.
And when I say you, I'm not talking about you. How many women or your friends deal with guys that they wouldn't bring in public? But they
two things. I understand what you're saying. I do feel that in my younger years, there were guys that I passed up. Oh yes.
I need to know who
there were guys. Are we going to read that question out loud?
Yes, this is a plant-based foodie. this is Tamisha. I need to know who these women are.
Tamasha.
They your friends, they your aunts, they your cousin, they your mothers.
But I feel like there's a different caliber of women that you two are referring to, and it's unfortunate because from my experience, Fearless, this is new to me. I wasn't around women that were ratchet and willing to,
Hello.
What am I saying?
That's the word, ratchet, right
I
there.
know too much about you. All I can say is I know a cousin that used to be naked in the hallways. That's all I can say. I know a cousin whose mom and cousin share the same person. So you can't tell me you wasn't around nobody ratchet. I don't say no names. I just say that, and I hope that they're not wrong.
College.
It don't matter. That's in her prime. Do you know most? Listen. Do you know? One second.
About lifetime. That's fair. Okay.
One second. Do you know most white women walk out of college with a ring, and most black women walk out of college just with a degree because they just don't want the man?
No, that's not true. I addressed this the first time I was on this show.
Mm-hmm.
Black women aren't necessarily raised in an environment where they are taught how being a supportive significant other looks like. Okay. Women, I myself was raised in a single parent home. I was not taught how it would look or how a man needs to be supportive. What does a healthy relationship look like per se? Okay. Right. So I understand why those statistics are like that. Okay. The odds are not in our favor. Okay.
Whose? Yours or ours?
What do you mean? Black
You said
women,
the odds are not in our favor.
Are in our favor as far as walking out without a ring. Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me clarify. So I understand why it looks like that.
Okay.
We are not set up early on in life to understand what that looks like. And that's why those numbers, and that's why I can't be mad when, Fearless had made the comment about, and I know statistics show, the majority of professional athletes are married to women other than Black women. Okay. I get it. We're not brought up in a situation that that is something we are seeing on a regular basis. What does a healthy marriage look like? So I understand why it looks like that. And I'm not mad about that. That's my issue, not theirs.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, there are situations where you have women who will get into a relationship, the man shows their vulnerability, and the first time there's an argument, you're either talking about his manhood or you're going after something else. I know I'm agreeing with that, but that's not all women. That's so, and I'm going to tell you, in my experience, my life, Georgia, I have never, I don't care how mad a man has ever made me. That is not something I have ever done.
Remember we talked about unicorns?
Okay.
You're in that unicorn.
Okay, well, there's a lot of unicorns that I know.
Well, y'all might travel in a pack.
There's a lot of unicorns, let's see how many. I can't say how many are married, but my question would be, of the people that you see, it's different because you can say your circle of friends is going to be entirely different. Let's go back, because you're at a place now where your circle of friends are not going to be that same circle of friends you would have known 20 years ago.
Not true.
25 years ago.
Not true.
So let's just say, I know there are some friends, but let's just go back 25 years ago.
Okay.
Do you think that same group of people shared that same mentality?
No.
So there comes a point that if a man, when he's in his teens, when he's in his 20s, and he tries something and it doesn't work, what do you think that does to him? Meaning, if I cried with a girl when I'm 18 and she laughed, and I cried with a girl when I was 20 and she laughed, and I can't get it, and the person that I'm looking at is that guy who doesn't cry, who says, suck it up, and he's getting all the results, who do I emulate?
I get it.
And that's what happens. So when I say that you are not the same person, the person when you were at 20 dictated and shaped that guy at 20. You changed when you were 40, but that guy found out this is what works, and he didn't change.
Okay.
You shaped who he was.
Fair.
That's all.
Fair.
And I know we were talking about depression. I don't want to stray too far off. Here's what.
Well, I mean, this is part of why men are depressed. So I don't think it's straying off. I think we're tapping into what specifically is hurting men.
Correct. I'll show this, and this is one of the other reasons. I'm sorry, this is British, so they use a few different words to say man. So, but bear with me on that.
All my back, all my legs, the lot, and I ended up in hospital because she won't let me out of the house.
It's not funny though. Can I tell you why it's not funny? If this was the other way around and a woman was sat here and a bloke had locked her in a flat and she had to jump out and injured herself, you lot would not be laughing. Somehow, if it happens to a bloke, that's funny. That's not funny, is it? That isn't.
When a guy says it, everybody laughs and makes fun of him. Did you see the guy's face? Like, I'm being vulnerable. You see his face and it's like, you can't be vulnerable. Everybody's laughing. If that was a woman on there, just like I showed the DNA test, when it was a woman saying, even if she's at fault, whenever she's saying, I'm there, it gets support. The men don't. This young guy is being trained at a young age to say, what the hell am I saying? I tell my truth and I'm getting laughed at. I'm getting ridiculed. When a woman tells her truth, she doesn't get laughed at. She gets the sympathy. So we start to evolve and learn and become silent, become vulnerable.
Okay, so I'm going to say this, okay? The clips that you're showing are in support of everything that you're saying. There's a lot of videos out there that are in opposition of what you're saying. Okay, so you're looking for videos that are supporting what your feelings, and I get it, but and I get the statistics. I hear you. I do, but I also feel that you all are specifically talking about a certain caliber of women, and they are not representative of all women. They're not. You know, you have women out there who are supportive in relationships. You have women out there that don't go for the jugular in the midst of an argument. You have women who are able to have mature, sensitive conversations with their mates. So
what age does that happen with women then? Because you're talking about at a mature level you've gotten to. But like I said, that's not what shapes the man.
Even you in your 20s was not that person.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm not, and maybe that's why this is hitting a nerve with me. And I will admit that, because I was that person that you're talking about. And now not as far as first of all, I wasn't taught about the whole going for the jugular with a man and trying to, diminish his manhood. I wasn't raised like that. So that was never a part of me. But I did do some shitty stuff that, when you're talking, I can absolutely see how that would have impacted a man and how he moved forward with women. So I'm going to take ownership of that. However, that's not all women in their 20s. Not all women are in their 20s are like that.
Now, remember what we talked about on our first session with you, how maybe that there is those girls out there and their girlfriends all take them out to a club or something. They're going to dress that girl in something that makes her invisible to show that she's that good girl. She's going to be mixed in with all the discombobulated toxic women. And then when the man actually identifies her and goes over to her, they shame that man to try to get him away from her because she's too good for him.
Okay.
HB Gone Global says, if you tell a woman anything, she will use it against you later.
Anything.
It happens every time. I haven't met a woman that hasn't done it in all ages.
Well, HB Gone Global, I want you to go talk to somebody.
Well, we hope he can get to talk to you. We try.
HB is a Marine, less like me. He's traveled the world, so he has experience with different types of women, like me. And so when he, and that's some of the things I said. Every woman that I've ever dealt with, even growing up, I've had to help her through some type of trauma.
Okay, but question, and I'm not trying to get all into your business,
Mhm.
but some of the issues that worked its way into divorce in your marriages,
Mhm.
is it fair to say that those issues were present in the beginning in dating?
No. It happened over her preconceived expectations of what a marriage was. And not
Okay.
wanting to work through the challenges of the marriage at the time. Each one of my ex-wives have both come back to me and wanted to remarry me because they realized it wasn't me. It was actually them. Both of them. All my exes too. Like I said, I've helped women through trauma. You get what I'm saying? I've identified that in there. Some talent that I have to be able to identify certain things in people, and people feel comfortable enough with talking with me that I can see those things. So I've helped women through their traumas. It's not like I haven't tried to help them. But at the end of the day, even one of my best friends, and she was a female who watched me go through several relationships, told me, put your cape up. It is no longer your responsibility to save not one more woman.
I was going to say that last show, but we weren't there.
Yeah, but she's already told me to do that, and I've done that. You know, I catch myself every once in a while. I tried to save a woman in the midst of being downed and called a mammy by racists, and was told that I wasn't supposed to help her. She could have done it herself.
Okay.
I want to
So-
play these 2 other videos, and I want to get to some solutions as to why there's depression. What can we do about it? And then I'm gonna open up the panel. Let's throw Mr. Kevin Gates on because he
Oh,
talks
not
about
him.
Yeah, Kevin, a good man. Come on, Kevin.
Is that why you always say men suffer in silence?
We do. Every day. Every day. It's hard to communicate sometimes when you're a man because we done been through so much. And you never want to say something that we don't never want to say nothing to make us look weak or be vulnerable. Then you got to be careful who you be vulnerable with, because when you're a man, you know the thing is, don't test me. I don't want to be tested, and if I am tested, I'm really willing to die.
Is that why you always say men suffer in
A lot of guys suffer inside. You can't be vulnerable. It's this high testosterone thing. Is there a time that men can become vulnerable? I mean, let's think about it. If you're vulnerable at work, somebody's gonna eat you alive. If you're vulnerable in sports, they're gonna eat you alive. In what facet of a man's life is he able to be vulnerable and open?
I mean, it should be in his relationships and with his close family and friends. So my thing is, why aren't men, you're going out and you're hanging out with guys, and you're calling and hanging out for sporting events. Why are men not sitting down and having these conversations? I think, it's a responsibility of your friendship group to sit down and say, hey, what's going on? Women do it all the time, and I know some men do.
Oh, we have the barbershops and
Exactly.
spaces like this, but this is just now going on. But did you hear that statistic at the very beginning? 6 million men suffer from depression, and those are only the ones that went and sought out the help.
Correct. The ones
There's
that
a
were
whole bunch
diagnosed.
more that are not diagnosed, and men are 4 times more likely to self-delete than women.
Okay.
That's a problem.
Well, it's a huge problem, but it also, men have to, and I hate to say swallow their pride, because it's not swallowing your pride.
Who taught them to suck it up and be a man?
Well, but
Who taught them not to show emotion?
No, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to say men shouldn't show emotion, men shouldn't cry. And I hate when I hear women or men tell a young child, don't cry, you shouldn't cry. Why are you crying? That doesn't make any. I had somebody at my nephew's funeral tell my niece that she did to stop crying, don't cry. It was her brother. And I told him, I said, don't tell her that. He was telling a woman not to cry. So what are you, and he had a child. What are you telling your young boy?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, there are a lot of men who are suffering in silence. There are a lot of men who are at home right now dealing with symptoms of depression and have been for several years, and they are not reaching out. Help is out there. It's a matter of just opening up your mouth, but it's also a matter of recognizing that you're dealing with depression. A lot of men don't realize that they're dealing with depression. A lot of men are drinking excessively, smoking marijuana, lashing out at work, road rage.
They're numbing their pain.
Yeah, numbing their pain. A lot of men who come into therapy, that one of the things I ask them is about road rage, especially men who have a long commute. What is your temper like on the road? What would your spouse say that they see in the car on car rides? Those are indicators of depression. People don't talk about the things that aren't the basic symptoms of depression, the withdrawing from activities, the not getting out of bed. They don't talk about the anger, the short temper, you not being able to deal with your children, hitting the animals out of nowhere, taking your issues out on your pets, yelling at the neighbors over stupid stuff, road rage. These are all symptoms. And people don't talk about those things because it's not the norm, or I'm not depressed. Yes, you are. You can't even have a conversation at work without blowing up. That's the symptom. So, there's a lot of people who are suffering, men who are suffering in silence, and they don't have to reach out and ask for help. And don't feel. And my thing is, if you were with somebody that you feel like you can't open up to, and you can't say, babe, I'm struggling right now, or this is what's going on at work, can we talk about it, or I'm hurting, or I just need to cry, then that situation needs to be reevaluated. Get into couples counseling. Why isn't your spouse that support, that soft pillow to fall on?
That's a good question.
Yeah, but you know how many men would be single because of that?
That's not fair. You keep saying that, and I just don't think it's fair.
If women are leaving guys because of finances, what does that mean? That means you ain't working hard enough. That means you ain't doing it. That means I want the Birkin bag and you can only get me a coach. That means work more, do more. It's a man isn't leaving a woman because she isn't providing enough.
Okay.
It's a woman that leaves a man that says you're not providing enough. So what does that say?
Okay, but my issue is,
hold on, before that, I knew a girl that, and if you watch Kevin Samuels, you would know it, where it says he gave the woman a choice. He said, look, a guy makes $150,000 and he's unhappy. What if he said, I want this other job at $70,000 or $50,000 and I'm happy? Could you do your lifestyle down for that? You're like, oh, hell no. I'm accustomed to this lifestyle. So that's already saying work to death. You can't be happy. Look, take happiness, take that off the table. You're not working to be happy, brother. You're just working to provide. See, that's the difference that a man feels. You're not working to be happy. You go to work every day. You suffer through it no matter what. Because as soon as you stop, the world crumbles. And I know you're saying it doesn't, but it does. He knows that if I leave this $150,000 job to work another type of job, the world crumbles. My wife leaves me. My daughters don't care. All of that. None of that. So when you say you don't see it, it's happening every day. The statistics say it.
Okay. But again, I'm saying that wife that you have and she's showing all these signs of not being a supportive spouse, those signs were there in dating. I'm not believing, oh, she just changed overnight. I don't know where this came from. That's bullshit.
What
You
I'm
saw it
saying,
and you chose to
I
ignore.
understand it. I understand the signs are there during dating. But if 80% of the women are out there showing those signs, that means I'm not dating. Because the men who are getting it are the ones who says, I'm going to do it anyway. You understand? If those signs are there, we either going to deal with those signs or we just not going to date. That's the choice we have.
Okay. I want to address something you said, and I know it's minor, but I'm going to address it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You made the comment about the Birkin bag, this, that, and the others. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why are men allowing that to be the standard in relationships? Men are allowing that. You're allowing that woman in your life to feel like she deserves that Birkin bag because she got on 6-inch heels and she got a cute butt. You set that standard for bare minimum. So again, I feel like you all are blaming the women for what these relationships look like. The man allowed it.
All right, let's not take Birkin bag. Let's go even lower. I mean, you can go to, we going with this old used car over the Corolla. I mean, it's still, no matter where you at on the level, it keeps going down. The standard, whatever that standard is always a higher standard, no matter where you at.
But the man is allowing it. That's what I'm saying. You accepted that behavior in dating. This is not new. And it's not fair for you all to say she changed. No, she didn't. You allowed this in dating. This is what you accepted in dating. This is who you took out to dinner. This is who you slept with. That's the standard that you set.
Let me say this real quick to echo what you're saying. Right now in America, there's a 70% incel rate in men. They're just not dating because the choices that are out there are so extreme in their beliefs as the certain things that they dictate they want in dating or in marriage, that these men are like, I'm not even going to try.
Okay.
And that's a fact.
So that's where incels come from. You keep saying it. Look, a woman who is a 5 is very different than a man who is a 5. That woman who is a 5, she can go out and sleep with whoever. That man who is a 5 can't do it. So when you say there's no differences, it's not do I want to accept it. It's that's a lot of times that's what men, that's the only thing they can get. We got some comments here, and then I want to play 2 videos, and then we're going to put this in the chat because I still want to get to some solutions.
God, I don't know if you want to read the comments. Leave the comments alone.
I'm not reading the comments.
Wait, you gotta read the females. Read the females. Let's go with the female. Let's ease her into it.
All right, first I'll go with this. Are you considering yourself vulnerable? Hell no, you can't be vulnerable. I'm not. I got to struggle through. Every instance I got to struggle through. It's no room to be vulnerable. Even though I don't think the wife would leave, good, or something like that. I can't be vulnerable. Yeah, right.
Wait, are you speaking about your situation personally?
No, I've always been taught you can't be vulnerable. Even though I can say this, I can say, hey, I have a great girl, I got a great family, I got a great this. All of that can be true. But I know that if I fall down, everything falls down. I'll tell you why. There is a time limit on how long I can be down. There's no time limit on a woman. Example, you're working and you lose your job. Husband, like, I got this. He may have this for 6 months or 6 years. He gonna hold you down. He lose his job and he in depression. 6 months. It ain't turning into 6 years. And that's how it always is. A woman ain't gonna let that man be like, huh? You depressed for 6 years. Oh no, brother, that's an issue. You just lazy now. So even though you say that, and maybe as a therapist, you can see that, but let's just talk about in general. A man is expected to hold that family down. If the roles
and he
reverse,
does have a time limit. Yes.
Yes. The roles reverse. There's a time limit on how long he can be out of a job, how long she gonna work without him working. That's a time limit. So when you say, can you be vulnerable? You can't be, because there's a time limit on your vulnerability.
But most times the man is the primary breadwinner. So, I mean, okay, guilty. If my husband lost his job, we on the struggle bus because
so instead of that house that you're living in, why can't we get that studio apartment? Look at that expression just went from now we getting somewhere. Now you know what the Birkin bag I'm talking about means. So the
It ain't
house
always
was
the Birkin bag, it's other
house was
possessions as
studio.
well. Let me read this real quick from Darnell Elliott. I think it goes both ways, but I don't agree with her to an extent.
What's
Now, I
the
don't
extent? What's the
we're gonna
extent,
have to have
Darnell?
him, Darnell. You're gonna have to specify the extent, but I don't want to be selfish because there are females in the room. Angela Cook says this is such a huge generalization. There are certain types of men and certain types of women. Come on, guys. Who are you associating with?
Thank you, Angela Cook. Who are y'all associating with? That's why I said you guys are making, like, who are y'all dating? Like, this is I get you all are not this, phenomenon.
Oh, he meant to say I do agree.
No,
not I
let
don't.
me preference. So since you know me, I played ball. I mean, you know how I was on campus. So I ain't never had this issue. It doesn't pertain to me. I mean, you kind of know who I was. It doesn't pertain to me. But as I look out and I see the other men out there, I see their struggle. I see what they're going through. I'm like, yeah, I know what the issue is. I know you can't take it.
Yes, she's a therapist.
Listen to
Well,
so it's not
So I'm not playing. So sunshine, I am not playing games. So I was literally about to say this. HB gone. Okay.
HB gone global.
Like,
okay. So
this is
I'm
my
gonna say
Marine buddy.
this, and
Sorry.
you mentioned this about the whole dating thing. I'm not playing it. Don't do me. I'm agreeing with the single men that come into therapy, and I actually said I said there was going to be this way that I was going to figure out how to do this dating thing with people who've gone through counseling, because there are a lot of men that I have that come into therapy that are single, that have given up, and these are well-to-do men, okay? And I have well-to-do women that have also given up.
Ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work. He better be making 5 times more than her, or she's still gonna have that uppity attitude and not want to deal with him.
So hold on. So
Okay.
I have some very corporate, I'm talking about 300,000 plus women that come into therapy, and men that
I need names and numbers.
I'm sorry.
I need names and numbers.
So, but no, seriously, I talked about this, and just the men are fed up with the whole dating thing. The women are fed up, and they do feel like, like HB just said, I'm playing games. No, I'm not playing games, but it's unfortunate fortunate that I am not exposed to the type of women that you all are referring to. However,
let me ask you a question. That $300,000 woman, would she date that $50,000 man?
Boom.
Now I'm going to ask you the same question. Would that $300,000 man date that $300,000 woman?
Okay, fair. And I will say that one of my corporate people, and I'm not even going to say client, one of the women I've had the pleasure of running into over the course of my life, makes a lot of money. And recently, this person has started dating somebody who is not in the same tax bracket. And there were some struggles initially. And this guy wonderful guy, had checked all the boxes, but he wasn't able to engage in the lifestyle that she was accustomed to. And so there was some issues there because, she's reserving, at the Hilton and above, and he's like, okay, can we do Ramada Inn? And she was struggling with that. And so we talked about it. I said, is this worth ending this relationship? This guy's checking off all these boxes. And so we had to have a real serious conversation about, okay, what do you want? Is it you're able to provide this lifestyle? Are you going to have an issue with the fact that you're going to have to, cover for whatever he's not comfortable with doing? You can't put the financial strain on this man just because you're accustomed to something. Then you need to step up to the plate. So
wait. I need to know what her response was to that.
They are still together.
So she stepped up.
She said, you know what? It wasn't worth her going back out there in the pool with the piss in it. She said, I have a good man. And the fact that he is not this, he's successful in his own right. He just wasn't in the same tax bracket. And these were things that we had to work through. And
so she acknowledged it, and she didn't do it begrudgingly, meaning she's going to give him
they're happy. They are happy. But it was something that she had to work through. She had to
comment for you.
I'm sorry.
Old Krusty says this. He says, as a therapist, why are we determining interpersonal relationships based on income rather than personal interest and likes?
I said that last time. I said I had an issue with the fact that on Kendra G, which I referred to a lot, that whole thing was based on income. Why are we talking about income when we're out on the first date? I didn't understand that these women are.
You said we. Who is the we?
I'm talking about the women who were the women.
Now we talking.
Okay.
Now we know. I'm saying the men are.
I mean, you even just
so
said with the lady that you had to get her to understand she has to step up a little bit if she's used to that level. You had to talk her into that.
She did. It was something she had to work through because this was new territory. But she was recognizing that she was not willing to throw away this relationship because they were in two different tax brackets. She recognized who she had. Did it take some work? Yes, it had to. We had to change the mindset.
Right. Who programmed that mindset though?
Society.
We never had to have a conversation with a man.
Who programmed that? Who programmed that mindset?
I'm gonna say society again.
You don't think the single mothers that say you need to raise a strong, independent woman that's got a college degree and successful all on her own because she don't need a man programmed her to do that?
I'll say maybe.
I love
Now
it.
with
It's okay. I'll let you say
that says that's because men seek to qualify, women seek to disqualify.
I agree. I agree with that, and it's unfortunate, but I do agree with that. Yeah.
I'm gonna play this one last clip, and Darnell, this reminded me of you, my friend. Well, I have two clips, but this one reminded me of you when I thought about it. And I'll let it play and then I'll show you.
Wait, Ronan or Georgia?
For what?
You said it reminded me of you.
No, he's saying Darnell, somebody that's in our chat.
Oh, okay.
Darnell.
Yeah.
Depression was fake. For the longest, I was like, dog, that's the biggest excuse I've ever heard. I'm like, I don't know why people like lean on it so hard. And at one point during when Ari had to cut my high top, that's where the high top came from. I was literally at that wall where I'm like, this leg, it's not getting like I can't do nothing. I'm like, Ari, like at this point, he like, dude, can you get up, change, cut your hair, come on, let's cut your hair, let's do something different. And everybody keep telling me, you need to rest, you need to rest, you need to rest. I'm like, bro, I've been going to sleep every day for 2 months. I'm like, I can't do nothing. I can't run, I can't jump, I can't push somebody, I can't do nothing. I'm like, if I walk down the stairs and mess up, I'm down. You know what I'm saying? So I was just in that, and I was like, bro, this is the first time I could acknowledge it. I was like, man, depression's real. I ain't gonna lie, I thought depression was fake.
So he had to acknowledge it. And the reason I say that about Darnell, not to put him on spot, but I think sometimes when you were talking about some of the signs that show us depression, I think it's sometimes when a man just stops caring about maybe how he looks, what he weighs. He's not cutting his hair. He's not doing anything. So can you talk about some of those signs that you see? And I say it so we as men can look out for other men to say, brother, you all right? Are you okay?
Well, I think, some of the signs that can apply to men and women, changes in appearance. You can tell whether a person seems to be losing weight excessively or gaining weight at a rapid pace. I tell people all the time in corporate since the pandemic, have those Zoom calls where they have to have their cameras on. That's the best way to see, how are my employees doing that have been isolated and working at home for a long time? How do they present on camera? Are they shaved? Are they taking care of themselves? Do they look clean? I mean, you can see a lot on a camera. So, taking care of your basic hygiene, when those things start to falter, you're struggling with sleep, you're awake, more hours, at night than typical. When you just don't have any interest, your boys are saying, hey man, you want to go golfing, and you just have no desire to do the things that you used to do. Irritability, you're snapping at people, you again bringing up the road rage, because that comes up a lot in therapy. Animals, you yelling out at the animal for something this animal's been doing for 5 years, and now it's an issue, or you're now hitting the animal. Losing your temper at the grocery store. I've seen a lot of people, come undone because the self-checkout line is now making the customer service person come over. There's a lot of signs that people are dismissing that are signs of depression. And anger and irritability are the number one when it comes to men in therapy. I'm coming in for anger management. That's the number. What do you mean you're coming in for anger? Well, this happened. I blew up at the job and they're making me go through this program. Okay, we start digging. This person's been dealing with depression for years. They've lost a parent, they've lost a child, they have been in a divorce, they've lost a job. There's many things that men dismiss that continue to pile up, and you think, okay, I'm just fine, and literally your world's falling apart around you. The condition of your home, you stop caring about the condition of your home. Men in their cars, what does the inside of your car look like? When's the last time you cleaned it out? Though, when you stop caring, again, that's another sign, like, I just don't care. You're feeling hopeless. You're feeling like there's no reason to keep going. So you're giving up slowly. These are conversations, when men ask other men, how are you doing? Ask that question one-on-one. Man,
believe me, we do.
Well, I'm sorry.
I said, believe me, we do. We have these conversations.
And dig, don't accept that I'm all right. Not when this person has lost a child, when this person has gone through a divorce, as we get older and this person has lost a parent, don't accept all right. How, are you still hanging out with so-and-so? Man, what's going on with your hair? Letting it grow. Open up the conversation and make the space safe.
Right.
And again, most men will open up one-on-one. And if you're in a group setting, depending, because the barbershops, men talk. But that one-on-one setting is where you're really going to start to see, okay, what is this person dealing with?
Okay. Before you bring anybody up, I just want to say I ran a poll in my room. I said, can you be vulnerable around your woman? Out of the people that voted, only 29% said yes, 71% said no.
Then why are they?
We must be crappy pickers of women.
Well, I don't. Okay, maybe.
I'm just saying.
But I don't understand why we're in relationships where you've only seen your significant other cry once or twice at a funeral. I don't understand that, because men hurt all the time. And
but
why
do women acknowledge that men hurt all the time? You as a therapist will, because you've seen it, you've dealt with it, you've helped men through it. But the general woman, with the veil that she has over her eyes 95% of the time when it comes to her men, and why a woman can look at her man getting his butt beat, even though he's a professional fighter, and all of a sudden say, even though he's a good man, he does no wrong to me, I can't just see my man get his ass whooped one time. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a problem with that clip, because I do, because I'm just, come on.
It's extreme. It's extreme.
It is extreme. I think that's extreme. I can't see a lot of women who especially have been through with their significant other, their partner, throughout this training and all this other stuff, and you're willing to dump him because they tried to protect themselves. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I think that was an extreme example of what you guys are trying to push here, is that men are out there.
Are you trying to say we have an agenda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did I?
You did imply that. But anyway, guys, before you guys come up, I just want to make sure that you guys understand this is going to be a professional, conductive, positive type of conversation. We're not going to deal with any shenanigans. The minute you look like you're going to do some shenanigans, you up out of here. I'm just letting you know.
Thank you, because I don't have any patience.
Okay, so if you can't ask and be respectful of our guests, we can't tolerate you being on the panel.
Thank you.
But I got 2
And
videos.
so when we're ready to open up, go ahead. You can open up whenever you're ready.
Let me play these 2 videos first.
Floyd's line, living life of quiet desperation. I mean, that just terrifies
Well, that's the Rose quote, that most men live lives of quiet desperation. It's one of my favorite quotes ever because it's true. And I've been that guy. Oh my God. You're just in this world where you just can't wait to just run away.
And how do people get stuck there? How do you think they get stuck there?
Bills.
Bills, like financial bills?
Mhm. Yeah.
Right?
Bills and commitment. You have an apartment you have to pay for. You have a car you leased. You have a wife that you have to feed. You have a child you have to raise. You have to. You have your mortgage. You have your this. You have your that, and that's where it all comes from.
Where do you think opportunity plays into that?
Well, the opportunity takes place usually when you're young and you don't have any responsibility. That's when you have your options. Well, your options are severely limited the more you gather responsibilities. Like if I had to, as a 51-year-old father of 3, married man, pays taxes, has a house and a mortgage and a business and all that jazz. If I had to quit everything now and struggle the way I struggled as a stand-up comedian, it would never work. But the only way I could be this person now is if I took that chance when I was 21, when I was dead broke and had my cars repossessed and all that stuff. That's the only way you ever get where you want to go. You have to take a path that's dangerous. And most people want to take the safe path. And the safe path leaves you stuck in quiet desperation almost every time. It's hell. It's hell. You're selling insurance or some other shit that you care zero about.
Hold up. Hold on. I made real good money on insurance. Are you kidding me?
But what I want to say is, as you see, as a man accumulates and he has responsibility, he can't be that person that just says, man, this isn't what I wanted to do. I'm unhappy. I'm sad. I'm this. He can never walk away. He has to just suck it up. This is who I am. And that's when we say he's going through depression because he looks around and he finds out his life isn't what I wanted it to be. I'll play one more clip and then I'll answer old Krusty because I want to know, is this how you get out of the depression or is this even what depression is?
Henry David Thoreau said most men live lives of quiet desperation. And I like to add to that most men are also suffering in silence. And the reason for that is that they have a conscience. Your conscience is your inner voice, fellas. Your inner voice tells you the type of man you want to be. You think about the type of man you want to be. Maybe you want to be more fit. You want to lose fat. You want to start making more money. You want to show up as a better husband, a better father. You want to be a better leader, a better entrepreneur. Maybe you want to learn to do jujitsu and fight, yet you don't. And so your conscience is constantly gnawing away at you, just gnawing away at you with anxiety and depression. And that is why most men live lives of quiet desperation and suffer in silence, is because you are incongruent with your conscience. You are incongruent with the man that you want to be. So start becoming more congruent and evolve.
So are men experience depression because they are not the men they want to be? And then I'm going to get to old Krusty. Is that why when you talk to these men, is it that, I want it to be this and I'm not that, or I'm not happy? What is that what it does?
Well, I mean, I think with men that come into counseling, it's for many different reasons. Depression is, Ronan, when you had stated, military, I dealt with a lot of PTSD vets. And that was one of the things. It was interesting how you hit it. And I'm like, wow, that was my experience. When dealing with veterans that came into therapy, there was so much stuff that they had put aside and focused on their career. And then once the military experience was over, all of that stuff resurfaced. So it wasn't just the military and their experience, as a soldier or whatever. it wasn't just that. It was, childhood trauma. It was divorce in the midst of serving, dealing with children, dealing with loss.
Mhm.
So all of that stuff resurfaced. So men come into therapy for many different reasons. And yes, some of it is, this is not where I thought I would be at 40 years old or 50 years old. This is not where I wanted, I don't think my wife is happy with what I'm providing. I don't feel like I can provide what my wife wanted. I don't know that I'm the father that I, thought I would be because of my childhood experiences. So there's many different reasons why men come into therapy.
Yeah. I think for me, for veterans, the 22 a day number hits me so hard because military guys are so, like I said, overtly wanting to be of service and have done a lot of things with being in command of men, $1 million pieces of equipment and all these things and responsibilities. And they come home, whether they're broken or not, and start feeling hopeless, helpless, become a burden to the other woman. I literally had a death pact. If I got into a situation where I was seriously maimed, I told my buddy I wanted to put a bullet in my head. Don't send me home like this. I don't want to be a burden to my family.
Right.
These are the mindsets of a lot of these guys. And when they go home and that decompartmentalizing starts to happen because they have no other missions they can put their minds onto.
Right.
This is
the military is their identity.
Right. Part of it.
Part of
their family, right? But then that's gone too. Now where do you go? Now you got to deal with all that stuff you never dealt with.
Right.
So that's why I bring that up. But
I'll read this super chat from Old Krusty. He says, so I can't talk about red pill, manosphere, passport bro talk? Yes, sir, because maybe the red pill, the manosphere, or the passport bro talk is maybe why men can't be vulnerable. Maybe it's put in this thing that, this is how men need to be. This is how they have to be. And maybe that's how the young generation are growing up to say, well, I can't be like this, or I can't be like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes back to, you say, oh, you aren't the man. You think about it. Everybody says, oh, you aren't the man that my dad used to be. We used to suffer. We talk about Generation X or Generation Z, where, they want a work-life balance. It's work-life balance. You go to work. What do you mean? There's no balance. You just work.
Right.
So maybe
work
that
for the
is
greater
the
good of your family, your wife, your kids. But then, like I said, when all that goes away, what are you working for?
Well, I want to go back to, what I stated, men come into therapy for many different reasons. And, I feel like a lot of this, we focused on relationships and not necessarily as much as the depression and anxiety. However, I do understand how unhealthy relationship plays a role into men getting into this state of depression and anxiety and just feeling overwhelmed with, okay, what does it mean to be a man now? So I do understand how that, but there are a lot of men out there who, if they would just open up their mouths or just reach it, they don't even have to tell a friend. Just pick up the phone. There's so many EAP programs out there that these companies have where people can just literally pick up the phone and speak to somebody in real time at that moment, discuss what's going on, hit some coping strategies until they can get into therapy on a regular basis. There's a lot of resources out there that weren't there. And I'm going to say pre-pandemic, because pre-pandemic, I was actually working in an agency. And, in the course of what was going on from 2020 to 2023, 24, I was able to branch out and work on my own because so many people were coming into therapy. So I do think the pandemic changed things. It changed accessibility to resources, and it made it easier for people to pick up the phone or log in and get help. So the resources are there. It's just a matter of that person saying, you know what, I want to get better, recognizing that there is an issue and they want to get on the other side of it.
And I'm going to bring you guys up. Before I do that, I want to say a shout out to Black Man Travels. I think he came on before and he was saying that he had lost his job And I was like, man, that's being vulnerable. That's opening up, saying, hey, man, I lost my job. I got my family here. I just brought my wife from another country. We just had a newborn baby. And I was like, wow. And so I say to guys, because he called me up and he, explained to me a situation. So I say to men, if you call your friend up and you're vulnerable and say something, and their response isn't, how can I help? What's going on? If it's, oh man, you said it's this, then that's not your friend.
Correct.
Because if your friend is opening up to you, and sometimes it's not about, I think one of the issues that we as men have is we are solution oriented and we're trying to find a solution. Sometimes it's not about a solution. It's just having that conversation with the guy. It's just saying, bro, hey, we're going to get through this. There was a pastor who told me this story and it stuck with me. He was a pastor and owned a funeral home. He said there was a situation when there was a person who died and people from the church came over. There was a woman, her husband had died, and the family and friends came over. Girl, it's all right. If there's anything I can do for you, you just call me up. I'm gonna help you out. Whatever you do, you just call me. Anything you need, just give me a call. He said that's what all the church family does. He said then there was a real friend who sent the son over, who cut the grass without asking, who brought some food without asking, who took care of her. Because if her husband just died, you already know she in need. You already know she needs help. Why the fuck are you asking if there's anything I can do to help you? I help you. You already know they need help. So when your friend is reaching out to you, don't say, is there anything I can do? Just do it.
Just
you know
do
that they are suffering and doing it. So those are the real true friends. And now let me bring up a few people. And I hope you got a little more time because they got some
I
questions.
have plenty of time.
All right. We got HB Gone Global in the house and we got Darnell in the house. Welcome to the panel, guys.
Hi, Sunshine.
No, you just didn't do that.
Hey, what's going on, panel man? How y'all doing tonight?
All right.
See,
we already got beef. You said don't come up here with the smoke, and she giving me the smoke already.
No, she's not. She just
no, but yeah,
we can grill it because we got to get. I think grilling means we got to get to the heart of the problem. So we want to make sure that we get to it. And I'm gonna bring Buckets up because and before anybody goes, I know you guys are here, but I talked to Buckets before this, and I asked him to come to the show. And Buckets, I'll let you state why I asked you to come to the show, and you can talk. So if you can go first, Buckets, and then I'll let everybody else go. I just don't want to tell your personal business.
Man, you're the only one I get my name wrong. It's Bacchus.
Man.
Everybody else get
I don't speak Ebonics. Might be
not Ebonics, nothing.
Damn.
I'm cool on kicking it off. I had another meeting I forgot about, so I only got like half of it in the beginning and whatnot. The only question I had from Miss Georgia was, are you raising any boys by any chance? Just curious.
I have one.
Boy, man, teen.
19.
Man, he was a man 5 years ago. Right. So all the problems you've heard these gentlemen say, and he comes to you, as to a mother, letting you know these issues he's having. Are you going to be just as dismissive as you was for most of when these guys were saying what their personal experience was?
No, it wasn't. No, I'm not being dismissive. I didn't like it felt like it was applying to all women. I was definitely not being dismissive because I mean, a lot of it resonated from what I've seen. So I understand what you're saying, but it's not all women.
We understand it's never all. Nobody's ever saying all. Nobody ever says, yo, all. But sometimes just too many. In my personal experience, in my life growing up, in my life. Look, snakes are poisonous. Not all. But I don't have to say that. You know that not all snakes are poisonous. But that doesn't mean you're going to go over there and pet one to see which one this is. You wake up in the hospital and you're going to find out the wrong way. So I find he was kind of very dismissive, and that kind of hurt me right there because you're supposed to be the one to understand and kind of accept when we tell you our backstory or our experience that yes, it's not all, but these things happen. And this is kind of one of the reasons why a lot of men won't even open up, because when we do, it's so dismissed. It's so, oh, whatever, man up. It's so not all, not everybody. I know this one friend. It's so like that doesn't happen. It just makes us, you know what? Forget about it. We not even gonna say nothing.
So Bacchus.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I definitely didn't want to come across as dismissive because I have seen it in therapy, but my issue was it felt like it was applying to all women, and my thing was it's like, who are these women that you are around? Who are these women that you are allowing in your circle that you are feeling like you can't be vulnerable with? You know, when you're dating a woman, the same type of relationship that you would facilitate with a guy, somebody that you can trust. Why is it this not being something that's present in your dating relationships? And that's what I was saying. Why does it feel like when, well, we got married and she changed? And I'm struggling with that because some of those signs had to be present in dating. Women don't just morph into this bitch when you marry her, you know? I definitely was not trying to be dismissive because I know it's accurate in what I'm hearing. I definitely know that. But I'm saying, why are these women being invited into your circle? That's all I'm asking.
If you believe, you know, it's something in dating and they didn't just morph into it, it works the same the other way around. When a woman tells you about, oh, this guy ain't sugar honey iced tea. Well, was he not sugar honey iced tea after the third baby he had on you?
I agree.
Like what's up? Like this didn't just happen.
Right.
But sometimes it's not even the women we're dating. It could just be somebody that we're working with, somebody we're in class with, somebody that we're interested in the same friend circle or friend of a friend. I'm interested in whatever. It doesn't necessarily always mean it's somebody we're dating, but when we realize, when us guys get together and have the barbershop to ourselves, because I get tired of seeing women in a man's barbershop, I'm just saying, we hear this guy telling the story and we swear he's peeping through my window because that's the same story I got.
Right.
So it's not just me. And when we hear that, it's like, yo, I thought I was crazy. You're having the same issues and you live on the other side of town. I already know you from a can of paint.
Right.
It's not all, like I said, it's just too many men are having these issues that we, like everybody else here said, growing up, you can't be depressed. You can't cry. I don't know. Some people with a Caribbean background, oh hell no, depression. They don't know nothing about that.
Right.
They'll beat the depression out of you. How about that? Like it's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And when you're raised in that environment, it's hard to be like, all right, 20, 30 years later, you know what? It's cool. You can talk about it. Nah, I've been programmed for the last 30 years not to. Now you tell me, man. And yes, women would say, yes, I want my man to cry with me and this and that. And like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, as soon as you do. As soon as he do, she gone.
I bump my toe and just, baby, my toe. And she be gone. Like, that's the best way. But unless you've lived it, unless you've known it personally, you could never understand it. You say you have a child. I could never have that. I could never experience what that is. So I just have to take your word for it. I'll never dismiss it, belittle it, or say, hey, ain't nothing. You could have done that in 5 minutes. You were just out there screaming for 4 hours in labor because you were just being a little whiny girl. Like, come on. And do we really teach our daughters to listen to a man when he's vulnerable? Oh, nah, we gonna make fun of him. That one famous meme of that man, I can't remember what show it was, Vanna Saved My Life or something, where he's crying, really weird cry, whatever. It's viral. Everybody uses it in every meme. If that was a woman, it would have never gone past that show.
But I don't mean to interrupt, but,
no,
that's what I'm saying. I'm struggling with the idea of why are women getting to the wife status when this is somebody who's already shown you early on that you can't be vulnerable with them. I don't understand. That's what I'm struggling with, and that's what I don't understand.
Men choose women with their eyes and not their mind.
Yes,
and that is the issue that we are having. So as a man, you should be able to choose differently than saying she's cute, she got a big butt, nice smile, good hair, and she light skinned it, or whatever we do. Those are the attributes we say are making a good wife, where we should actually be choosing another wife. And actually a woman does it too, where she says, oh, he made good money, and he got 666, and that's what makes him a good husband. That is incorrect also. So we are choosing incorrectly, very incorrectly. But to go back to Bacchus was saying, and he was in Atlanta, Tyrese Gibson, when he got on, and Tyrese was crying. He was like, man, this hurt. The judge is doing this to me. The woman I thought I loved me doing this. She moved out. We made fun of him.
Right.
We made fun of him. What's the meme that you always see? The Michael Jordan meme where he crying.
I know.
So we, those are the things that we are dealing with as men, where if you're a man and you're saying you're vulnerable, we laugh at you, we cry.
Show me the meme of a woman crying.
Where he
Show
says,
me the meme of a woman crying.
Yeah, no cap. 95% of the females I interacted with have been positive. Please do not kick me out the manosphere. I've been the same way. I learned at an early age that I can't deal with that ratchet stuff and to get rid of them. No, but here's a lot of times that is
somebody other than Tyrese, please.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
As black men, can we use somebody other than Tyrese? We can't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. The examples that we bring into these conversations are horrific. So
because old Krusty, who else? What other man do you know that is crying on television or crying?
That's
on
all the fuck he does is cry.
All right. See, there we go.
There is a space where I get it. Men should be able to cry, and then they need to know when to turn it the fuck off. Some of us don't. And then I think that becomes performative. Tyrese is very performative. So pick somebody else, please.
But I'm not saying that's wrong, though, Krusty. But if a woman, would you say that if that was a woman?
Depending on who it is, if it's a woman, if a woman is always, and we have instances of women always being the victim, and we get exhausted of them. And I'm saying if it's the same victim all the time, we get to a point as a society where it's reasonable for us to say, the problem is you. And Tyrese is in that area. So that, again, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying Tyrese ain't that martyr.
I'm sorry, but it is a federal crime to hold a woman accountable for anything. Did you not know that, sir?
Oh, don't be like
no, it's not.
Okay. We're not listen, we're not going to deteriorate. Hold on, we're not going to deteriorate the whole situation, but let's do this. It was just a general statement. We're not going to use him anymore, but I'm going to stay on topic because we only have a certain amount of time with Georgia. And
no, I'm fine today. I learned my lesson last time.
Yeah, because I came up here to get an answer.
Yeah, Tyrese Gibson is maybe not the best example, but it was just an example just to get the point across. I wanted to hear from HB Gone Global because he's been waiting for an answer of some type, I guess, from something in the chat. You two have gone back on.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things y'all was talking about that I didn't get a chance for to hear, but what I did hear and what I mentioned, I said you can't tell women anything because they'll use it against you later on, and then you said something. I mean, you made a comment saying like you need to talk to me or whatever. In that sense, so I mean, what as if that was not a true statement.
Are you talking to Georgia?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Well, I wasn't saying that it wasn't a true statement. Again, I'm validating everything that you all are saying. I'm struggling with the fact that these women are allowed to get to a status of girlfriend and wife. That's what I'm having a hard time with. Why are these women staying in your lives when early on this isn't new? You can't tell me all of a sudden I couldn't be vulnerable with her. I couldn't tell her anything. No, that started in dating. So how did she even get to a girlfriend and a wife?
We know this from Jump Street. We know this as soon as we meet a woman, any woman. As soon as I see her turn that corner, I know from fact, oh wow, she's cute. I might want to holler at her. I know for a fact I can't be vulnerable.
So why take her to girlfriend wife status?
Because I want something to put my dick in.
So
come on. Yeah, use the language.
Sorry.
Whose fault is that, though?
It's
You
a human body function.
And it felt good, so you decided to take it to
Lord
the
Jesus.
next level. Whose fault is that? That's why I'm struggling with the fact I feel like the women are taking the blame for what's going on in these relationships. You set the bar for what you were willing to accept. If you had a chick that wouldn't go out with you because you wouldn't pay for a $500 meal, that's on you. If that's not something you're willing to deal with moving forward, then why establish that in the beginning? That's what I'm struggling with. I'm not invalidating your experiences. I know them to be true.
I'm not doing that, for one thing. You know what I'm saying? Once a chick talking about some, if I first meet her and she talking about she want to go to this expensive steakhouse, like Fearless, wanted me to try to finesse the situation, which I wasn't trying to do. But I'm talking about, when should we bring up being vulnerable in the situation before, you saying, we should do that during dating. I mean, when is a good time?
Date
to
longer.
be vulnerable.
Date long. Why are we girlfriending these? Why are we being exclusive in 2 months? Really get to know. Hold on, because you asked, and I'm
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why not get to know these women? Like literally have some experiences together that challenge a relationship before you say, oh, let's go down the aisle. If you two can't get through difficult situations, she's not wifey material. She's not exclusivity material. That's what I'm struggling with. You all keep placing the blame on these women. You all set the bar in the beginning, and then you get pissed off when she shows you her true colors down the line.
You said you have some friends that husbands actually cry with them, correct? You said people that happens?
Absolutely.
Okay. My question is, at what point was it that he actually cried to them?
My guess is early on in the relationship.
Early on in the relationship, couple months.
Guys, I think what women do that we do not do, and women are good at, women shit test us. Women
all the time.
We don't do that, women. So we don't know. We are unable to determine what kind of situations she handle and she can't handle. And so we've just made it a bed of roses. And then when things get rough, we wonder why she left. She was never shit tested in the beginning. We never knew what circumstances.
But hey, I want to get back on what I was saying. Okay.
Sorry.
So, nobody is getting pissed off. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's making these girls our girlfriends. I'm just saying it always comes to a point, even if you're dating, you know what I'm saying? You dating for a damn year or whatever. It still is going to get to a point where, you know what I'm saying? You want to be vulnerable, you know what I'm saying? And they, you know what I'm saying? I mean, of course, once they display that, you know what I'm saying? They're not respecting you. Then you kick them to the curb. But I'm saying though, every time, you know what I'm saying, I just can't get to the point where, you know what I'm saying, I can't, you know what I'm saying, meet a woman that's not taking me serious when I'm trying to be vulnerable and she's not using it against me.
Okay, so here's a question. At what point in the relationship do you all really start talking about, the things that your experiences in life that have hurt? Like, are you all not talking about that in the dating stage where you do?
Yes, I'm talking about in the dating stage because I like to get straight to the nitty gritty. A lot of men, they will say, "Oh no, why are you bringing up this stuff early on in a relationship, blah blah and all that stuff." But I go the opposite way. I like being honest. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't play games with women. I don't run game on women. I'm straight up. You know what I'm saying? Either she gonna rock with me or not. That's my position. That's always been my position.
Okay, but does honest mean vulnerable? Just because you're telling her about what your life has been, are you being vulnerable? Are there things that you are emotional about, the things that have hurt you, the things that have challenged you? Are you talking about those things in dating?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking. I'm not saying about being honest about how many people your conquest. I'm not asking.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
about the things that have hurt you.
Yes.
That you really have to sit down and process. Are you having those conversations in dating?
Yes.
And I don't believe you.
I am having this conversation because this is what they're saying. When I get to the point, they're gonna always tell me, "Oh, who hurt you?" It's always shaming tactics every time. Don't project, you know what I'm saying, blah 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 and all this stuff like that.
He has a statement.
They always saying the same thing. Don't project that onto me.
Oh, you okay?
Go ahead.
No, that is a very true statement. Who hurt you? You never hear that from nobody else but the sisters, most definitely. And going back to what I was frankly saying, you get vulnerable with one girl, and this is us growing up as young kids, learning who we are. The moment you tell a girl something and you seem weak to her, you ain't gonna have a chance in that neighborhood ever again, because she's gonna tell everybody, and you're gonna meet a little punk around the corner who was crying on some girl's lap. You never have another chance
about this.
Huh?
And I would disagree with you, and I will tell you why. Because through the entirety of this conversation that I've been listening to me, I don't hear it in the gender language. I hear it in people. Because by the same way that you say that if you show that weakness and that woman gonna say that, I'm gonna tell you, among men, we're gonna say that too.
Yeah.
We're going to treat you the same. And that's just, I'm trying to be honest. I'm not coming to here because as men, if my guy came to me and crying about a woman, oh, you best believe he getting the business from us. So what I'm sitting there saying is, so the way I listen to it and I'm hearing it. So in these spaces, I hear men talk about being alphas. I'm an alpha. And then they'll put other men down as being beta or blue pill, right? So, and I'm like, and I ascribe to the, hey, I'm beta, I'm blue pill. I love my woman. I'm a simp, whatever y'all want to call me. I could care less. But then what happens is, and I said that I think that some men are alphish, whatever you want to call it. But when you're in that space, you can't show weakness. If you are an alpha, you have to be an alpha throughout life. And unfortunately, you don't get to cry. Boo-hoo. You chose to put on that cape, then effing wear it. And if you're over here and I'm beta and I'm a simp, I get to cry. Too bad. Everybody picks their lane. So it's weird because it's like I hear guys that are alpha, well, I want to cry. It's not an on and off switch, because not only when alphas, when they go into or A-type men, in the military, whatever, I'm sorry, they're born that way, they live life that way, they die that way. And they are that way. Real alphas, not all the ones who get on the internet that's blue pill and beta and play alpha to Monday and then be beta Tuesday. That's all I'm sitting there saying is so then if you are beta, blue pill, whatever y'all call us, then you have to accept that, look, my woman or the opposite gender has a say in the game. I hear what everything that you guys are saying. But I think part of it also starts with we need to identify where we are. And it's funny, we watch the movie, oh man, John Wayne, the cowboy, and I want to be that guy, but I'm not that guy.
Right.
If I'm not that guy, I'm not that guy. And it's okay to be who you are. If you're not alpha, it's okay not to be alpha. But you can't be going through life pretending to be something that you're not, and then crying because people aren't treating you what you're not. And then when you get into the space you are, you want to cry. Make up your freaking mind what you want to do. You want to be able to emote? Then accept that I'm in a role that gets to emote. And if I don't, then I'm in a role that doesn't get to emote, because the world is full of men who don't get to freaking emote, and they're on the front line living and dying for us. That's the truth.
But Rico,
every
you
man
dismissed
doesn't
everything
get
I
to
said
cry.
earlier about. You dismissed everything I said about 22 a day.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. I did miss that
I'm
part.
just saying that 22 a
The
day is
suicide.
those alpha men that are self-deleting themselves
Yes.
because they feel useless,
Yes.
helpless. They've come back hurt. So then those men still need to deal with the fact that even though they're hurt in the name, they still have to understand that mentality kind of has to change a little bit. And they're going to need to, for the first time, lower their egos and ask for help. And some men cannot do that.
Right.
Well,
So what I
hold
would
up,
say
before you answer that, Uncle Krusty, I want to ask
Okay.
this to the panel, and it's just to be real quick. How many men on the panel have suffered from depression? And if you have you reached out to somebody? And it could just be, yes, I suffered and then I reached out. So let's
and I
go
have gone through
me.
therapy.
I probably have suffered and I've never talked to anybody about it.
And the only thing I want to say is to Ronan, what you said was a very valid point. I think we need to create the space for these alpha men to do so. But I'm saying from all of my experience around these real true alphas, when they get lost into that space of being an alpha, it's hard to come back from. Right. So the only thing we can do as a society is say, hey, we're going to create the space for you to come over. All I'm saying is that all these guys that are sitting there, I want to be, I'm like, y'all are not true alphas, because you're the people who are, they're the 22 that Ronan's talking about. They're the 22 that can't come back, that can't express their feelings and their emotions because they're always in the game. And they're so to me, it's a little disrespectful when I see guys that are like, dude, you regular ordinary guy, respect your woman, you want to be hugged. I want to be hugged. I love it. I'm telling you, I'm a happy beta, but I'm not pretending to be something else.
But let's say that before we go around, even though you say you're a beta.
I just said it because they call me that.
No, man, I'll come to you because I'm going to ask that question. So, Ronan, you, depression, and have you spoken to someone?
I've been clinically diagnosed as having anxiety, depression, and PTSD from my service in the military and other things that I've dealt with. Gone through several therapies, been put on meds, and have currently and still dealing with issues derived from those diagnoses, but functioning.
But
Bacchus.
How hard is that name for you?
Yeah, I was diagnosed in 2009 for a little bit when I was going through training, and then I recently got re-diagnosed again more severely for depression, anxiety, and I actually just started taking meds about a month now. I think about a month I'm on them now. Yeah.
During any of that depression, I know you say meds, but did you reach out to somebody? Was there anybody you talked to?
No.
Hold on. Can I ask why?
I don't really have much. Okay, let me say yes and no. I did reach out to a few people, but they did not have the capacity to help in any way. So it's like kind of what I said earlier about if you have like a Caribbean family, like they don't really know nothing about that. It's reaching out to your mechanic about a water problem in the basement. He really can't help you. You're calling the wrong person. So didn't really reach out to those people much. But after that, then I end up getting on meds. And like I said, yeah, I've been on it for about a month now.
HB Gone Global, same question.
Yes, I have been diagnosed with PTSD and depression. I sought therapy twice. The first time it was a white lady, you know what I'm saying? I really didn't get what I needed from her because she was just basically just shaking her head, you know what I'm saying, to everything I was saying. And then the second time, recently this year, I sought therapy again, but this time I was looking for a black male therapist through the VA, which was kind of hard, but I eventually got one. But the thing is, I became his therapist. I'm like, bro, I didn't call you to listen to your problem. Even though the VA was paying for it, I still felt like, okay, you taking $300 an hour for me to listen to your problems. I'm like, hey, bro, this ain't gonna work. And he was still trying to like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna keep you in our system, you know what I'm saying, in case you decide to come back. In my head, I'm like, bro, I'm not coming back because you like I don't want to hear your problems. I call you so you can listen to me and my problems, you know what I'm saying? So that's my thing with therapy.
So prior to a therapist, were there friends that you reached out to, like your circle of friends, to say, hey, man,
over the time I had friends, I had, my Marine pals and stuff that, I kept in contact, but eventually over the years, they started to fade away. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I was the only one trying to maintain these relationships, even though, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, they weren't trying to maintain. I'm like, damn, I'm the only one that's calling, you know what I'm saying? Reach out to say hi. You know what I'm saying? Y'all never calling me to hit me up and say hi. And then y'all get mad at me because I don't call you. I'm like, it was a weird dynamic. So I kind of just like, let them fall away. I try to make new friends, but it's kind of hard trying to make friends with people who don't relate to you as far as like, having the same type of background as you have, because sometimes you have a different personality and a different humor, what I'm saying, that regular civilians are not used to. So, I try to find other veteran friends, what I'm saying, the people I can talk to and relate to.
So is it, and I've heard this, and I think this goes for everyone, is it that whether you were a police officer, whether you were in the military, or whether you were in prison, are those the only people that you can talk to, because those are the only people that understand your experience? Meaning, if you talk to a civilian about all the things you went through, it's like, yeah, they don't understand me. Hey, he couldn't really understand what I went through.
Well, my
So
therapist was a civilian. She had no military training whatsoever, and she understood exactly what I was going through, and helped me down that road of because here's the thing with a lot of this stuff, it takes a lot of self-work. Okay, she can only guide you down the road. You have to do the work yourself.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
She can point and say, well, maybe you need to try this instead of that. How are you doing with consistencies on your day-to-day living? They look at signs to tell whether you're still in that level of depression, and maybe they need to tweak your meds a little bit, because going through these things, you actually have a chemical imbalance. Your body is off from these traumas.
Yes.
And that's what the medication is for, to get you back alignment chemically within the changes from that traumatic event that's happened to you in your life. So if you're not consistently taking meds, you're not consistently doing things in a repetitious mode, and you fall off of those things, it's a sign to them. So it doesn't matter whether you have military training or not when it comes to identifying signs, what's going on within their patients. Now, understanding our trauma, that's not necessarily what they're there for. The war fighting part and the death that we witnessed or incurred or did ourselves, that's not for the therapist to take on. That's for us to get in our circles and deal with that and kind of, accept that you did that under an order or you did that under some type of mission, and you just got to let it go. It's not for the therapist to go that deep with understanding, because most likely that therapist is going to have trauma on their own, having to realize everything that you have to do in those situations in order to come back home to even be sitting in that fucking chair.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? You don't want two traumatized people trying to self-diagnose and help each other. That's some fucked up shit.
Period.
So yeah, that therapist should not be at the same level. You should not have an understanding of maybe some of the things you did, but be able to have a listening ear to hear what's going on and observing you and giving you positive objections on how to do the work in order to start fixing yourself. They're just a guide, and that's the way it's supposed to work. As a guide, it's not supposed to be, they need to understand every fucking trauma we've ever been through, because there's no way that any therapist is going to understand all the different traumas that can happen to anybody. And it's not just military guys, women that have gone through different things, other guys in the police force, the fire department. Can you imagine the type of therapist that would be sitting there listening to all these guys and understanding each and every little trauma that each one of them have gone through? There's no freaking way that's going to happen.
No, I think you misunderstand me, Ronan. What I mean is, when you tell a story and you're able to tell a military story and you say, this is what happened. And I see it with, like, say, guys who are police officers, firemen.
I got you. I know exactly where you're going with this. Let me put this right.
Feel cynical.
I had a civilian.
Get shot. They just talk about it.
Listen. I had a civilian doctor that actually told me the correlation when my mind actually snapped. It was a situation I was in the military. My last name is Foster, by the way. I don't give a fuck who knows it. Okay. My name went from Foster to Frosty. And that was a significant part in my military career that took me from where I used to be to where I started suffering so much trauma that my personality switched, and it was so recognizable by my unit. I was given that name. I didn't give my name that to me. When you're in the military, you're being given a name based on the way you react and you act in that unit. Okay, so I was given the name Frosty for a reason, because I just went fucking cold. I didn't give a fuck what was in front of me or who was in front of me. It didn't matter what fucking rank you had on your shoulder. Didn't matter anything to me. I moved you out my fucking way. So when that happened, that was an identity, and it wasn't anybody else but a civilian doctor that listened to what I was saying and what I was going through and identified that was a moment.
So, I mean, for me,
I didn't. Let me finish with Darnell and Old Krusty. I don't want to leave them out. Darnell, depression, and who did you talk to?
Yes, I was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, anxiety, PTSD. I currently go to the VA. I'm also a recovering alcoholic. I went to the VA's DOMSUD, substance abuse program, for alcoholism. I do talk to a therapist. I also take medication. Not consistent like I should be, but I do take medication. As far as the thing with the medication, I guess I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of times, especially with doctors, they just, they had this thing about pills, and I just, to me, it's nothing more than a drug, and I don't like it. Like a lot of time, I wish the VA, like I found this out, especially being an alcoholic, you have vitamin deficiencies. Well, I found this out that if you have a vitamin D deficiency, that can cause depression. I was vitamin D deficient for 3 years. Didn't know it. Had no idea. I did notice a major change in my mood. Although I had a lot going on, I had lost a good paying job. I dealt with a lot of racism on that job, and my ex-fiance ended our engagement about a month after I lost my job. So, that caused a lot of trauma.
Just to let you know, the VA does prescribe vitamin D3, B12. They will give you holistic medicine if you ask for it. I'm a big advocate within the VA system to get holistic medicine. So for anybody that's listening and feel like you don't want to take some of those meds that they're trying to force down your throat, there are holistic treatments that you can seek and demand from the VA to give you. Go ahead.
So, Old Krusty, you, sir. Depression, and who did you talk to?
No, I've never been diagnosed as anything.
Well, not diagnosed. I've never been diagnosed, but I'm sure throughout your life you felt some type of depression, or maybe you have.
I'm saying, I'm being an older gentleman. I have felt it. I've never sought out treatment for it, or even a diagnosis. So I'm trying to be transparent. I'm probably all messed up. I have no doubt about it. Like I said, I'm a baby boomer. So if you're born in my generation, we got some stuff with us. You just can't be a child of 64 and not be messed up. But we dealt with it the way we dealt with it was obviously, a lot of the new things that are going on today, they're new. They're more generational. We didn't do it. We didn't talk about it.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, Old Krusty. I just want to not call you out.
Go ahead.
Forgive me for that. You've been divorced, right?
Multiple times, yes.
So when you went through that divorce, let's say the first time,
and
maybe she took the kids, maybe you had to take the kids, maybe you had to go through that. So you lose that love, or maybe they cheated somehow. There had to be some sense of loss, some sense of something. Yeah. So I'm going to use the word depression because that just does it. So you felt that.
Yes.
How did you deal with it? And I say that because you said, this is your words, not mine. You said, hey, I'm a beta.
I said what?
You said I'm a beta male.
Oh yeah, okay, go ahead.
So I'm thinking, okay, well, as a beta, then maybe you talked about it, but you're saying
no,
you still didn't talk about it.
No, because
So
you
explain
didn't.
that to me. You're saying as a beta, I'm vulnerable. I've been through that, but I still didn't talk to anyone.
I think he was being
Because,
sarcastic when he said that.
Because generationally you couldn't. Because again, it was still viewed as a weakness. So what did you do? You suppress it. Same way you guys are talking about. We suppressed it. You self-medicate. These are the things that we did during that time, because here's the thing, and I remember having this conversation with a son of mine that, it's like I got like 5 sons, one I'm estranged with. And I remember we were having this deep conversation, and he was like, but Dad, sometimes I get so, he was going through his own mental health thing. And I was struggling with trying to help him, but it was hard for me because he was like, sometimes I get so angry, I hear these voices. And I was trying to tell him that, like, look, boy, I hear fucking voices too. Because this is what we had to do. What I'm trying to tell you guys is this is what we had to do. And what I was trying to tell him was, I was like, son, I hear voices too, and I have to tell him to shut up. I have to self-medicate. And let me tell you why. Because I saw friends of mine who would openly admit to being weak and sick. And back then, they would take them away and I would never see them again. And that scared the living shit out of me. So when you admitted it, you go away and you fucking never came back. So you learn to shut your fucking mouth and deal with the shit you hear in your fucking head. Do you get help? No, because you don't tell nobody you need fucking help. Because that's the help you get. They would warehouse your fucking ass. So am I broken? Yes. Most people from my generation are broken because we didn't have the help that and I'm glad you guys are doing it today, but we didn't have it then. So that's a beautiful thing. I don't begrudge you. I am glad that you guys have that help, but it wasn't always there.
Right.
So you shut the fuck up. Women back then, women of color, you would lose your ability to reproduce. You tell them you fucking sick. Go tell them, motherfucker, you was sick back in 64 and 65. And so, oh, okay, we got you. They put that reversible fucking white suit on your ass, and that's it.
You're talking about like that Arkham Asylum stuff, right? They took you to the...
that shit was real.
Right. No, I get it, but that's the close. I don't know any real ones. That's the closest one.
They actually had padded rooms back then.
That was real. I'm from DC. It used to be called St. Elizabeth Hospital, the psychiatric hospital.
Okay, yeah.
Fucking friends went in there. We never saw them again. You just don't ask about them. New York City was full of it.
Quick,
all these major.
So is that the same thing as if mind you, I don't know. I'm an 80s baby. It's the same thing as if you said that you like the opposite sex, they'll put you.
Yes, I mean just anything, because whatever they would put in, what is the DSM, whatever that psychiatric.
You became the science experiment.
Yes,
you became the science experiment, so you would never come back because they're experimenting on you back then, especially if you were black.
In America, they used to do frontal lobotomies on people. Yeah. Where they would take parts of your brain out. I mean, I was like, this isn't that long. I mean, it's been a period of time, but it's not so far in the past. But see, most of us, we ain't gonna pick up a book. We ain't gonna look in history. We're not gonna see what was going on. We're not gonna see the level of depravity. And a lot of this was government sanctioned.
Yes.
Or either they just looked the other way, even if they didn't tell you to do it, they pretended like they didn't see it. Anytime a young black man or young black woman got incarcerated, you were a fucking guinea pig.
Yep.
For them to experiment on of their own choosing. All of this, the Tuskegee experiment birthed so many other opportunities. Matter of fact, I'm here right outside of DC, Baltimore. All of these youth prisons that they had. And then Florida's full of it.
Yes.
They talk about in Florida, the youth prison where bodies are buried and they don't even know where they are.
Yeah.
This is in America. This is not this ain't Haiti or some other country. This shit happened here. Good luck talking about it. So I'm from that generation. There are people who are still alive who we know about this stuff. Right. That's how we're broken.
My question is for Georgia.
Sorry.
No,
you're good.
wait.
And I'm-
Fearless, can I say something for a second? So, in our master's program, we're taught not to show emotions, and I'm the exact opposite. When I'm dealing with a client that is struggling, I don't have a problem with a tear if a tear drops. I'm still human. I don't ever want to lose that. So when you're talking about this and the reason why a lot of Black men are broken in your experience, it's different. Sorry. It's different when you study about this, but to hear you talk about your experience and the fact that you are aware that depression is something you've dealt with, but you just never got the help for it. I thank you for sharing that, because I think so many men, and I have older men that come into therapy and they're terrified. And for you to share that experience and open up and be vulnerable, what we've been talking about, I appreciate that, because you have no idea how many men you just touched, because you talked about your experience and the fact that you haven't been diagnosed, but the fact that this is something that you've dealt with. That speaks volumes. That speaks more of what I can do, what active therapists can do when we have real people talk about, this is why I haven't gone into therapy. And so I thank you for sharing that. I really do.
My question is for Georgia, and I know we've talked about a lot of guys that are in the military and had this. As you know, you know more about me, so you know my previous profession and things I did. But what surprised me was there were youth in certain neighborhoods that would see people die right in front of them, and it would just be like another day.
Right.
And it I would almost traumatize me to say how callous and how I remember going somewhere where a girl, they were doing double dutch. And it was at the end of a cul-de-sac. And as I go down, they were like, oh yeah, somebody in that car, he dead. And I was like, how can 20 feet away, they're doing double dutch. They know because he was slumped over, shot in the back of the head, nonchalantly saying it. How do we deal with that type of trauma?
Yeah.
And I'm separating it different because I know that, like with PTSD, it's almost like and I want to talk about both, because it's almost like the government is training a person to be a certain way, to do all of this, to see that, and there's no decommission to come back.
Right.
But that's
So-
government.
So when I came back from Iraq, I was numb to everything around me. I remember going to the club and there was a shootout. Everybody ducking and dodging, jumping behind cars. I'm still walking around like, I'm like, where the shots coming from? But at the same time, I wasn't afraid. Maybe if I was younger, I probably been afraid, but it numbed me to the point where I was like, I was real reckless, especially in my youth. And sometimes I'm still reckless right now, and that's something I'm still trying to work through. Because sometimes you meet people, they think they don't know you, they think they can just play with you any kind of way. So I'm still trying to deal with those demons.
So
I put something on the channel just for you, George. I think, as you can see, there's a panel of men and people out there. I know you do it in your practice that really probably need some help. That maybe we are not willing to go to a therapist, so to speak, but probably need someone to talk to on an online basis. So you may want to consider what she's saying here.
Absolutely. So I do want to address what you said, Fearless. You know, I do. My hope is that, you know, we will be able to do a separate segment on PTSD and men's sexual trauma. Because I think it's very important. And I think there's so much information just in those two categories that, you know, I don't feel we could do it justice today. But when it comes to PTSD and when you're talking about environmental trauma, you know, young boys who are growing up and seeing dead bodies on their way to second grade, that's a different level of trauma. So, you know, we're not just talking about depression, we're talking about PTSD. So it's a different ball game. So, you know, there's different ways to address that. There's different therapies to address that. But my hope is that we can do something separate that just addresses PTSD and sexual trauma when it comes to boys.
Yeah, I caught my first body at 4 in Baltimore, Maryland, just walking from my grandma's house to the corner convenience store. It was a drunk guy in a back alley from my grandma's house that I guess through the night had gotten an argument with somebody else. They had broke a wine bottle and he had the wine bottle stuck in his back. And he was just laying there dead in a puddle of blood. And I went in the convenience store and told the owner there was a dead guy in the backyard. I mean, in the back of his store. And that was at 4. So,
yeah, Georgia. You know, that's another good topic too about, you know, sexual assault with young men, with young boys, because it happened to me, you know, as a young age twice by 2 separate cases by 2 different women. And, you know, at the time, you know, you condition to think, oh, that's something that's cool. That's something that's happening to you. But later on, you realize like, hey, that wasn't normal.
Correct. And it happens a lot. And boys do not understand that they are victims of these older women. And, you know, we talk about the babysitters, we talk about school teachers or caregivers that are sexually abusing these boys. But at some point they are thinking, oh, this is a notch on my belt. No, you are now a victim of sexual assault. And it has how you deal with men and women moving forward.
I got a question for you, Miss Georgia.
Uh-huh.
What do you think, like, the role of media, like such as the American Pie movies, for example, if anyone remembers that series, plays a role in that stigma of a male, a young boy that went through this, you know, is not a victim, but as you said, hey, that's now welcome to manhood kind of thing.
Right.
We're all guilty.
So American Pies, the one of the ones I remember growing up, you know, with the Brat Pack was the whole Weird Science. You know, watching Weird Science as a child and then watching it as an adult, you're like, wow, this is sick. You know, this was an adult woman. And
I literally watched that too.
You know, were presented as, you know, teens, you know, late teens. It was still a grown woman. And so, you know, I think that social media in the movies early on, I think as we've gotten older, we have been more cognizant, maybe not responsible, but more cognizant of what sexual abuse looks like for boys and girls. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just remember when you might remember the name Mary Kay Letourneau.
Yes.
Yeah, I just remember the whole media circus about that whole thing, and everyone was like, as far as that 12-year-old boy, I just remember having talks about that, and it was like everyone's like, "Oh yeah, he's the man. He was only 12 years old. He's the man." You know, this and that, and he was a victim the whole time.
But what I wanted to ask was, or wanted to say was, and absolutely, you know, so HB, you know, let me just first say, you know, as an adult, as a human being, I apologize for what you went through, because even as a young boy, you shouldn't have went through that. You know, I know we always pause and we sit there and we feel sympathy for when young girls go through, and I don't care if it was 30 years ago, yesterday, whenever, it shouldn't have happened to you as a minor.
Right.
No minor should be victimized by an adult, period. Irregardless of what their gender is, full fucking stop. If you're a young boy, if you're a young girl, I'm trying to take your ass out of this world. I'm sorry. That's the brokenness in me.
Right.
Because adults shouldn't be taking advantage of children, period. But with that said, we know there's a disparity between the boys and girls. So I get that. But what I'm saying is I want to speak to Darnell's point was when I look at here we are in this space, I think, Darnell, when you were asking why it's looked at that way as a notch in the belt for young boys with a woman, is because even as we as adults and say in this travel space, it still comes down to the objectification and the sexualization of the women. We always do that. So we're all grown men.
Right.
And we know how fools talk in this space. Let's not pretend. It's not, nobody's talking about women going overseas. It's overwhelmingly a 10-to-1 ratio of guys, whether it's in the DR, whatever country you pick it. So what I'm saying is that trickles back to, I'm not saying I don't take no responsibility, but I'm saying is until society takes the objectification off of the female body, then we can start to see it more equally. We're not going to ever see it equal that a 15-year-old girl, we're always going to see a 15-year-old girl with a 25-year-old man is wrong. But we're going to sit there and say that 15-year-old boy with that 25-year-old woman, yes, because we as grown men, right?
Yeah.
We as grown men think, oh, that 25-year-old man with that 15-year-old woman ain't nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, Doc, you understand what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely.
Is that we have to. We just have to. We at least we need to think about it. We need to start to say that if the objectification is okay, then part of the collateral damage is that there may be some young boys out here that are being objectified by adult women in the same way.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. Think about that. I'm thinking about the next HB that somebody's 15-year-old son taken advantage of by a school teacher that's 25.
Yes.
It's a possibility, is all I'm saying.
It's happened more times than not. But real quick, I just want to give D Ward a shout out. Appreciate your $5 super chat. Salute to all veterans. Thank you, sir. It was our pleasure.
A quick question for each guest or panelist. What was the defining moment that brought you into therapy?
My second divorce.
Okay.
It was my divorce and going through the custody battle of my daughter.
Okay.
And then at work, also dealing with non-black people, being passive aggressive, using that type of language, they gaslight you and stuff like that. So it was kind of like a pot, what I'm saying, starting to simmer, what I'm saying, like a pressure pot. So
for me, it was 2009. I had a tendency to blow up on people, basically kind of have basically I kind of like take, I hate to use the term, but I guess you could say I fit the profile of the school shooter profile.
Okay.
Where you take people, you take people's.
Darnell, clean that up, Darnell.
Oh, Jesus. It just don't say school and shoot don't say that at the same time, please. Don't do that.
Oh.
Apologies. I didn't mean to. But basically what I'm saying, but you guys understand what I'm trying to say, right? Is that I take a lot of crap and then I have this reaction where I explode and
Rage.
Yeah, exactly. In my case, I was quick to fight. Nickname I had was Mike Tyson. I was just quick to fight, and it could be anything. Somebody, like, one of my trigger words, for example, somebody used to call me, if you called me a bitch 15 years ago, that was one of my trigger words that would set me off. And so 2009, it was getting me into a lot of trouble. So I decided to seek help through the Army, and I continued later with the VA. I continued with the VA, and it was about, I would say, 2017. That's when I had the PTSD moment.
Bacchus, were you in the military? What was your time?
No, I was never in the military. Most people think I was, just the way I travel, but no, I was never.
Right.
What
was the time that triggered you into realizing you needed therapy, since you weren't in the military, but you also recognized you had gone through something?
Say that one more again.
What was the moment that caused you to want to seek therapy for whatever that was bothering you?
My parents always told me I needed to. I don't think I have an exact moment. I've kind of been living with it my whole life. So it's kind of either just brushing it off like it's nothing. I just had a bad day, whatever. But as I got older, I could kind of look back and see where I messed up and realizing I was in something here, there, etc. I ended up having like a full I went to a particular school and I needed to get a full eval, blood, everything, psych eval. And when I got the psych evals, when they told me I had depression, that's when I said back in 2009, and they said I couldn't go to school with the depression, so they put me on meds, and kind of went off it like that. But when I really decided to actually fix it was this year, because everything I've done to try to evade my depression
doesn't work.
Not working.
It doesn't work. Yeah,
it works for a minute, but I didn't realize that my depression has a passport too. So Emma was right there next to me.
Yes, sir.
So
a lot.
My major thing, I think I might have told one of y'all, but my major thing that I did beginning of this year, I actually went down and I did ayahuasca, and that really helped. That opened my eyes to a lot of things, and that's how I started getting into fixing it this year. So
congratulations.
I actually got to put my finger on. For most people, when you tell somebody, I'm just depressed, the first thing they ask is, what are you depressed about? I don't know. If I knew, I would fix it. I don't know. I just am. And when I did ayahuasca, I was actually able to put my finger on, okay, that does make a lot of sense. So yeah, I wouldn't say a defining moment, but a lot of things in life I went through, and just looking back on it, yeah, I could tell the times I was in it, I was out, etc.
Yeah.
All right,
and I just
Darnell, let old Krusty go, please.
Yes, sir.
Good. What you ask when I'm not in therapy? I haven't had therapy. I told you guys.
Yeah.
I absolutely, and I do have. I have a son that's a professional therapist. So I've raised children that are in this space. He won't be my therapist, of course.
Well, obviously he wouldn't.
He's got issues with
on.
me.
Yeah, he wouldn't take you on anyway.
It's funny though,
only we do one in Georgia.
The funny thing about it is, I've learned I have a son and a niece who has a PhD from Virginia Tech. I mean, I have so many professional mental health specialists in my family, and believe it, this is really weird, guys. You're not gonna believe it. These professionals will come to me oftentimes, just for like my common sense stuff. And I'd be like, it's weird. And I'm like, why y'all asking me? Y'all went to school for all this.
Because common sense ain't common sense.
Yeah. So my niece who's a PhD, and she's like, we listen.
Book smart does not mean life smart. That's
and
what that means.
It's really weird. And I do need help. I will never tell anybody for a second. I'll have to get there in my own way.
What
I
is
know that
from going and talking to somebody?
Yeah, and I have a lot of things. So they're actually guiding me there.
Okay.
But I'm close.
Do you think this helped you? Do you think this live helped you?
At the same time, I'm learning a lot of stuff from them, and I'm always pushing and promoting mental health, because these young people have opened my eyes to it, and I came from a space where we were afraid of it, especially as Black people. We were scared because, like most things, we didn't think we could trust it.
Right.
And I still have a lot of that in me. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, that's what I said. I'm happy to hear this conversation. I'm happy that my sons, I don't want them to have that fear of mental health that I have, but it's still in me. I'm scared that I'll go and I'll tell them, and y'all won't fucking see me again.
No.
That's still in me. I'm still scared of that. And that's what's keeping me from going.
Well, you got a guy. Here's the thing. You got a whole bunch of guys sitting on this panel that has gone through it. We're still here. We're still talking about it.
Me.
I understand, baby steps. I understand that, but you got confirmation sitting on this panel right now of people that have gone through therapy and have survived. We're coming back home. We're not staying and we're not disappearing. You get what I'm saying?
So I don't want, but I'm gonna drop it because again, I don't want people to be afraid of it. I just want people to understand that fear of that, like the fear of a lot of other things that we went through, it's real for a reason. We, people who look like us, we're fucking scared for nothing.
Oh, I know.
For a lot of things. And I don't show a lot of vulnerability, even being a beta here. But God damn it, it's like pick a lane. And I'm just saying. So I'll do more effort trying to talk to people in my generation. It's like, bro, I understand why you scared. I'm scared too. Let's be scared together. Rather than.
Oh, Cressy, what can make this feel safer for you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What can make this feel safer for you?
Did he freeze?
No, I'm just thinking.
As a therapist,
right.
You're very valid in how you're feeling.
Yeah.
As a therapist, I want to know, how can we create spaces where people who have seen what this has done in the past, how can we make this feel safe?
Right. And I want to give you an answer. I really do. I want to give you an answer as to, and thinking to myself, what would make me think that, okay, we can trust them.
Right.
Or, someone else, like I can trust them. I'm going to take a chance. Mr. Charlie, we used to always say Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie not going to fucking take you away, or someone else. And I don't feel it. So I'm not ready to propose it. I don't know today.
Okay.
Doctor. I just don't know right now today. I'm just in this conversation saying why some of us feel this way and why I feel this way, or at least why I feel this way. Some of us there are people who moved of my generation that moved, but I know there's plenty of us that still back here. I'm not back here by myself.
Absolutely.
I'm not back here by myself. And some of us gonna leave this earth back here, and I might be one of them.
My hope is no.
Well, hopefully not.
But I might be, is what I'm sitting there saying is, so I'm not saying, and I don't want anybody to listen to me. I'm glad to have the conversation with you to be able to say, to give maybe an explanation as to why. So when people go, oh yeah, I'm like, yeah, and this is why we're broken.
Right.
But go ahead, continue.
I just want to say a couple things because I do want to talk about some of the resources before we wrap
I
up.
was going to say mine, if that's all right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to know Fearless's. No, Fearless don't get off. We need to know Fearless's little.
Yeah, so I'll say this from Love So Chick. She says, "I love your vulnerability."
Lock So Chick.
Locks, man.
I know.
College, I got that.
Did I say lock so chic, not
Locks
chick?
That my sorry, chic.
So
Lock So
chic.
Chic. Sorry.
Let me correct you.
Thank you.
She says, "Hugs."
And that's probably your friend too.
Oh, Krusty. So, Krusty, you not alone in this sense. As you can see, you not only got the people on the panel who are supporting you, but we got the people in the comments that are.
Right.
If she loves your vulnerability, she will hate me then. Because I know that I've seen things, done things, been through shit that most people on this panel don't know. I know probably Georgia only knows a few of it. And because of that, I've always looked around and then I looked at myself and there was nobody there but me. And every single time I had to solve those issues by myself. So I've never been to any type of therapy, never wanted to go to any type of therapy, never felt the need because it always seemed as though I had to solve my own issues. And it seems that's what I did. I was put in situations where I've been the height and I've been at the low. And at each point I looked around and there was nobody there but me. When people say, can you call on this person? People even, they say, can you call them? Nah, probably not. Can't, nah, nope. And I look around and we had that discussion when I was down in Atlanta and seeing you, Georgia. You said, you talk to your brother? Nah, yeah, nope, nope. Because I'm thinking, who is there when I've actually needed someone? And the only person who has been there has been me. And since you know a little bit of my story, I don't really share it here. When I've been at the depth, when I had to go from the top to the lowest, at the top, it was like, I looked around, it was like, yeah, maybe people celebrated. And then people wanted to see you fall. And I looked around, it's like, yep, it's just me. And when you are in a place where you feel that no one can do it but yourself, you start to, when I say self-medicate, I don't mean by drugs or anything. You just start to find a way to solve the issue. And I was like, I got him. There's no retreat. I never had a safety net. I never had a way that something was going to help me. Somebody was going to swoop in. It was like, you either do it or you don't. And that's why I tell the story of the captain who sailed to another land. And then when they got there, he burned the ship. He said, you got one choice. You got to live or you got to die. Fight or die. And I've always felt that I had to fight or die. And it's like, that's why I don't show any vulnerability. I've never had to show that. And people always say, you don't really show emotion, when you go up. So people who really know me always, if you compare somebody to a superhero, would be like Batman, where it's just, you don't see, I don't go through emotional highs. I don't go through emotional lows. I'm basically just even keel. And that's how it is. It's like, there's no use in getting too happy over something because at any moment the life can change. There's no use in getting too sad because I know that the life can change. And I know it affects me because I know the reason I save money because I was poor and I know what that feels like. And I keep money because I'm like, I don't want to go back. You knew me back then when I was like, I knew every happy hour and every coupon there was in the city because I knew what it was like not to have. And I always had the mentality of being in a position of not having or having to depend on someone else. So when people say you don't depend on no one, I always thought that I can't.
So why won't you cry?
Hold on. Let me go through this real quick.
I just want to know why you won't cry.
Like I've always helped people out, but I'm always afraid to ask for the help.
Fearless.
Somebody says, I need you. Like somebody needs help. Oh man, I got you. I got this.
Fearless.
But I've always been afraid to say,
Fearless. Hold on. Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay. And I'm going to call you to the table.
Mm-hmm.
I told you about my life.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I told you what it took for me to do what I had to do. Right now, I know you're not in that situation. I've told you about the guy that makes almost $1 million a year. The last child moved out his house and what happened to him. I'm going to tell you this now. If you don't seek help early and now, because we're going through these therapy sessions, you're going to need it at another time. But you need help. You need to be able to release everything that you've been holding on to feel like you cannot rely on anybody. And I get that mentality, that dogged mentality, complete your mission, go from one mission to another. I got to achieve. I've always been a high achiever. Executive level in corporate America, top Fortune 100 companies. I've done all that. And guess what? I gave it all the fuck up. I went to nothing. All my clients, 3,000 clients, running agencies, training people. I gave it all up. Because when it came down to me or death, I chose me. Sooner or later, you're going to get put in a situation where you're going to have to choose yourself and to start doing some therapy on your own. And now that we're having these type of sessions, and I think now would be a good time while your daughter is right before she gets born to start going through therapy and dealing with some of those things you have repressed. Because you are, listen. And I can tell you, because it's the same way. I was very robotic. And your personality is very robotic.
And he wasn't.
When I first got out of the military, I was just like this. You couldn't get me to smile. You couldn't get me to do anything. I was fucking very analytical. I could spit shit out all day long. And I was a high achiever. But I would never let myself emotionally get attached to a damn thing. And you can't do your wife. You can't do your wife or your child like that.
I know that's me, Ronan. I will say that is me. Two phrases I can say. When they say what goes around comes around, I'm like, I can't stop. Because whatever coming around is going to catch me. And if I stop, it's going to catch up. That's one. Number two, and I live by this, and my friends have always said this to me. I live by that phrase that is in the movie. Man, I just forgot the name of the movie. But he says, never hold on to something that you can't let go of in 30 seconds or less. When the heat, that's the name. When the heat is around the corner.
Yeah.
And I've always had that where I never get attached to anything, because at any time I can lose it. And people
That's
always
not
say,
the way to live your life.
Because I'm like, I'm not attached to it.
Right. That's not the way to live your life.
I'm like, yeah, your dog died. Yeah, he did die. But shit happens. So I never get attached to anything. And maybe that may be my issue.
Yeah.
And I know that at a time.
Can I offer him a bit of advice? Fearless is okay. What you described to me it sounds like an alpha male, right? So I'm going to put you over in the alpha column. Just for shits and giggles. You might be beta. I don't care, but whatever. But if you feel like you're that, because you think that's what you are, I can't. I got to do everything. Because I hear that, right? I hear in the conversation, I can't count on anybody. I'm here. I'm there. I can't. No one. Okay. Then release that to another alpha. Mm. So who can an alpha cry to? Another alpha. Find another alpha. Ronan, a brother in arms that you can say, hey, I fought the good fight. I have to lay down my sword. I can't go any further.
I'm tired.
That's what a warrior does. Every warrior lays down his sword, but he lays down his sword for another warrior to pick up and carry on the fight. So if you're an alpha, like Ronan is saying, you can't keep doing this shit. Drop your sword to another alpha. Talk to Ronan, whoever else, not fucking me, anybody else, because I'm a beta, but talk to another warrior and
I
lay
wouldn't
down
word
your
it that way,
sword.
but I get what you're saying.
No, but I'm saying is lay down your sword and confide in that brother and say, look, man, I just sometimes, and that's who you emote to. Because as a warrior, if I'm a warrior, I can emote to another warrior because I know that that warrior understands. And then if I'm not done, I can get recharged. I can go forward. But don't, and the problem is just keep it all within yourself repressed. And your batteries run dry. When your batteries run dry, it's got to get recharged some fucking where. So talk to your brother in arms. Warriors have brothers in arms. So whether that's Ronan, whoever else, and you know what? Not only should you go to him, not only should you go to Ronan as a brother, you need to be there for him when he needs to come and fucking.
Oh, we talk offline all the time. I just
exactly.
This is the first time I heard him in this story. He's heard me tell him things,
so that's all I'm
he's
saying.
feeling comfortable enough to share that. But at the same time, yeah, we're gonna talk offline. You're right about that.
But see, the thing is, Ronan is not an alpha though. He's a sigma. So stop calling him an alpha.
There's nothing wrong with the sigma. I would rather take the sigma than the alpha. To tell you the truth, I'm a puppeteer. I work from the background. I don't need to lead from the front.
I'm the broke fraternity.
I do want to share some resources, and my hope is that our next session we can talk about the PTSD and sexual trauma. But I do want to talk about
but Ronan wants to talk about son husbands next time.
Sorry, son husbands, and we'll do PTSD.
No, we can do the PTSD if you're feeling more driven to that. I know you don't want to touch that son husband.
I don't mind. That's
I know you just do not want to touch that. That's breaking the girl code. Breaking the girl code.
Yeah, I'm ready for this.
Do that.
No, let's do that next time.
I want to see them facial expressions. You know what I'm saying?
So what are you taking on as far as what your next topic will be? Do you want to do the PTSD first, then the son husband, or do you want to go ahead and tackle the son husband?
I would like to do PTSD / sexual trauma in men.
Okay.
And then at some point I would like to do sexual trauma in women. But I wanted to talk about just, therapy and getting into therapy and the things to consider when you are looking for a therapist and when you are going into therapy. Number one, somebody had mentioned the vitamin D deficiency. It's such a key because part of my intake process is asking men and women, when's the last time you had a physical?
Especially Black people.
Yes, especially because men in particular are terrified to go to the doctor. And so when is the last time you had blood work? We need to start talking about the HIV AIDS testing more. We need to start talking about colonoscopies.
Absolutely.
We need to start talking about prostate cancer. We need
diabetes.
to start talking about all of it. And so my intake process is, when's the last time you had a physical? And we need to get that scheduled because so many of the mental health issues, specifically depression and anxiety, it's what's going on within our bodies. It's what are we afraid to know. And if we're afraid to get the colonoscopy, if we're afraid to get the blood work, that's playing into our mental health. Yes. So we need to talk about that. And men in particular, and women, but men in particular, we need to go to the doctor every year. We need to be having our dental cleanings because that is heart health. People don't understand your teeth is connected directly to your heart.
You know what?
Talk about it. So our diet and exercise, do you have a regular routine? You don't have to be out there lifting 700 pounds a day. No, go for a walk every day for 45 minutes to an hour. Get the regular, do it. Brush your teeth. What are we doing? Scrape your tongue. All the things. Those are the things that are impacting our mental health. How are you eating? How much are you drinking? Are you smoking cigarettes? Are you smoking marijuana? Are you addicted to marijuana? Yes, that's a thing. So I want
drinking too much alcohol.
Too much alcohol.
Yep.
Do you start getting jittery when you're running low? Those are
Ninja, do you have apples in your alcohol?
So
you
I
are
want
dated.
Limes.
Oh, okay.
I'm an advocate of wine and all of the above. So we'll just in moderation. So part of the intake process for me is talking about, again, when's the last time you had a physical? How much exercise are you getting? What do your sleep habits look like? What is your self-care? What do your hobbies look like outside of work? If your life is all work, we already have a problem. So those are the things that we talk about in the intake process. And I always tell people, if within the first 2 sessions you are not feeling it, find another therapist. You don't have to be obligated to keep an appointment with somebody that you're not clicking with. Okay. It's like going to dinner with somebody you are not feeling. Don't do it. Don't do it. Say no. So if you don't click with a therapist within the first 2 or 3 sessions, find another therapist. This is for you to get better, not for the therapist to get better. Okay. Resources. Psychology Today is my go-to to find a therapist in your area, and you can filter down to whether or not you want male, female. You can filter down to insurance, to your specific topics, grief, anxiety, depression, bipolar, transgender, lesbian, all the things. You can filter down with Psychology Today. It's within the entire United States. That's what I'm on, Psychology Today. So I want to talk about the books because there are things that you can do. I'm a cognitive behavioral therapist. A lot of my work is outside of therapy. I'm big on homework. People will tell you I'm going to assign homework every single session after the first session. I want you to read. I want you to look for resources that are going to support whatever you're dealing with. So I want to talk about this because I want to start thinking about this for our next session. This is Victims No Longer. This is for men who are survivors of sexual abuse. I use all of my men who have been sexually abused as children or as men. And I think it's important. You can find it on Amazon. You can go and Google it and find it.
Who's the author so I can look it up on Amazon? Put the link in.
Mike, and the last name is Lew, Lew. And it's Victims No Longer, the classic guide for men recovering from sexual child abuse. So I definitely want to talk about this more during our next session.
I'll try to put the link in my description for anybody that's interested in
that. I'll put a link also.
Okay, so another one that starts off for my men and women is Beginning to Heal. And this is also for a first book for men and women who are sexually abused as children. So this is what I start all of my clients who have sexual trauma. I start them off with this book.
And who's the author of that book?
The author of this book is Ellen Bass and Laura Davis, Laura Davis. And they are also where we go for women. After this Beginning to Heal, we will venture off into the Courage to Heal. And we'll talk about this more during our sexual abuse topics. But I just want to put this out there now because these are things you can do on your own. The author is also Ellen Bass and Laura Davis. And this is for women survivors of childhood sexual abuse. My next book is what we're talking about today, which is anxiety. We didn't talk much about anxiety. We talked a lot about depression, but this Stop Overthinking. I assign this to most of my clients who deal with anxiety, this is awesome. And this
You know
will.
that phrase is used overseas a lot in Asia.
Oh, is it?
Because my girlfriend uses that phrase. Just stop overthinking.
Overthinking, anxiety.
Yeah. I'm like, what?
This is by Nick Trenton, and this is 23 techniques to reduce stress, stop negative spirals, declutter the mind, and focus on the present. And I use this with most of my clients that deal with anxiety. And then the final one, and at some point I do want to talk about grief, is it's okay not to be okay. This is by Megan Devine, and I use this with all of my clients that deal with loss. This is an awesome book to talk about. There's no way or no time period to deal with grief. And, you go through it in your own way and you go through it in your own time. And some people, it takes a couple of years. Sometimes it takes 20, 30 years. But this is really just talking you through the process of grief. So,
and I think we don't deal with that. I've seen old men, 80 years old, talk about their mom and still cry. And you think, man, their mom died when they were 20, and this is 60 years later, and it's still some trauma.
It's a struggle. It's a struggle. So with the men, I'm hoping that this can be our next topic, because sexual abuse, especially, I'm going to focus on African American community. Sexual abuse in the African American community is very prevalent. And most victims become predators. And whether it's a childhood predator or an adult predator, most children who are victimized as children will become a predator at some point in their life. It's a natural progression of being sexually abused. And I think we need to talk about it more, because this also talks about sexuality and all the things that men deal with that have been abused as children by either men or women. So, I mean, today, this was a lot more than I thought. Crusty, I'm picking on you. Your vulnerability, and that's what we've talked about today, is I talk about this so often in therapy with minority men. We need to see men who are older talk about their fears about therapy, so that we can have these conversations and get men to a point where they're okay with taking the first step to talking to somebody. And even if it's a family member that you're comfortable with and safe with, that you can start those conversations and then transition into truly getting some support and some guidance in working through your issues. We need it.
Well, I will say this. Like I say, being an older gentleman, again, like I said, I know I need help with, and be honest with you, like I said, I'm not just an older gentleman. I'm an older married man. My wife probably wish I would get a bunch of help. She's, oh Lord, I'm not even gonna let you talk to her. She probably like, hey, need help, right? So I'm not even gonna tell you that that's not the case. My kids, everybody. This is a me thing. It's not a that my extended family don't wish that I would. It's I struggle with it. It's an internalized thing. And I'm open to having, I didn't expect to come up here and have this conversation with you, so I am as surprised about it as you are. So you've opened my mind to, like, I have a lot of things, parents have passed, siblings, just like you can just imagine the plethora of issues that exist. Maybe some of the younger folks don't get it, but older people, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. It's not anything that's overly complicated. I will say this, for the benefit of this show, I'll put my information in the back chat. If you want to reach out to me, we can reach out and we'll continue the conversation And I'll put my phone number and my email in the back chat, and you can reach me. And I would love to conversate with you on your channel, whatever, because I don't want to take away from Fearless and Ronan and them tonight.
Well,
is that fair?
Rusty, she don't have a channel. We're trying to get her there.
What you don't even have to have a channel, but I'm just sitting there saying is, if you wanted to, I don't want to take away tonight because I don't know what we're doing here.
Well, you didn't take away.
We did exactly what we were supposed to do.
Yeah. Let me say this, guys, and this is really sincere. And I think me and Ronan have really done a lot of soul searching. And we are all, everybody, probably except Georgia, because she hasn't been in here, are guilty of this. When there's drama, we get on those channels. We talk about, the female Africanist, the feminist. We talk about the passport, bro. We get on all that drama. We ingest it. We live with it. We argue about it. We talk about things that do not matter. Who cares? Anything. But really, these are the discussions that we need to have. These are the impactful things. And I'm trying to make a change and go in a different direction with like the channel. It's fun to talk about those things. And we talk about it's fun, but we're not really helping anybody with that. We're not making a change. We're not doing anything. I've gotten off of 4-hour long podcast thinking, what the hell did I just do? Or what did I say? And what came out of that? Nothing. There was nothing there. I changed no one and made no impact on anyone. And I think that's where we need to go. We can have the fun, but if we are not having these discussions, it is our fault, because we all get on those panels. And if you have 1,000 people talking about garbage, people go to the garbage. And then you have 5 people talking about good and nobody comes there. It makes people think that no one wants the good and the help. And as we just showed, everybody on this channel is suffering, with something. Everyone needs some kind of help, some kind of outreach. And so what are we doing to make that change? Why are we making the drama and the dramatic stuff popular when this should be the popular stuff that we should be going to?
Right.
So I really appreciate Georgia coming up and talking about this. I know we kept you long, and sometimes it's gonna go like that.
Appreciate it.
I got a video that
the Holy Spirit in you, the preacher can't let you out. We got to go a little long.
Got to sit down. Got to do one more Holy Ghost dance. Hold on, I got a video that Drew wanted to share with us. He dropped the link, and he usually gives us good content to refer to. So he had this in mind for us to play. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it. See if you guys can hear it.
No, I don't. You didn't press when you share it. There's a little tab that'll say play audio. So make sure you go back and then.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Let me try it again.
It'll be at the bottom.
It's share screen,
and then play audio at the bottom right.
Yeah, it's already clicked. Also, share tab and audio.
Share the tab instead of the entire screen. Like when you share, don't share the screen, just share the
right. Like that?
I don't know if you don't hear it and you want to give me the URL, I can play it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me try it one more time. Can you hear it?
Nope.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you then.
Throw that URL in there in the back chat.
Yeah. So while we wait on the video, Miss Georgia, I just wanted to comment. You had asked a question earlier. Why men pick those kinds of women. Okay.
No, go ahead, Drew. I mean, and Darnell, you still got to download it real quick while you're talking.
Oh, okay. So basically, as I said in the super chat earlier, you got to understand that men seek to qualify, and I said, well, women seek to disqualify. And what do I mean by that? Basically, what I mean is as men, we tend to ignore the flaws. You got to understand, and I'm just going to speak as an average man, not an alpha male or the top 10% of man or whatever, but just the average man, a lot of average men have a scarcity mindset. So when it comes to dealing with the opposite sex, it's a lot of times it's hard. I mean, you can get dismissed simply by wearing the wrong kind of, the wrong pair of shoes. Woman, oh no, I can't deal with a man wearing them kind of shoes. You know what I mean?
Darnell,
yes,
let me
sir.
ask you a question. And before you
Yes,
answer,
sir.
Dr. Georgia, is I had asked Ronan and Fearless earlier, because again, because I think Fearless had said it was like women seek to disqualify, and I asked the question, he didn't. I was like, well, but do not men do the same thing? Women disqualify financially, right? Because that was the characteristic. Oh, you don't make $100,000 6 feet tall. But I'm like, but do men not do the same thing? But we base it on something else, i.e., looks, weight, ability to have children. Whatever the characteristics are. So realistically, both genders, again, and this is just my thoughts. I'm not saying that I'm right. I could be totally wrong. Tell me shut the fuck up, I'll run away. But both genders are doing the same thing. But we're, as a man, I'm saying I don't care about your money. I care about how you look. I care about your weight. I care about whether or not you can have children. Women are saying they don't care about those things. They care about my money. We're both doing the same thing. We're both picking something different. So
the difference is, old Krusty, is we disqualify baby from marriage, nothing else. Meaning that woman who is overweight, not very attractive, who are 5, she can still get a man.
Okay. So the question is, you said we disqualify for marriage. What is the concept of? Is it still downloading? I just want to make sure, because we're done downloading.
I'll play it whenever you finish. Whenever you
okay.
go
So quickly, real quick. If we're again, now when we sit there and we say the concept of marriage, right? Who places the value of the concept of marriage? Is it men or women?
Men.
There you go. Okay, so let's okay. So again, we're creating an unfair dynamic because men.
But what happens, Uncle Krusty, is this: that woman who is that 5, who can sleep with that 8, all of a sudden thinks that her value is at an 8, so she automatically disqualifies anyone lower.
Okay, no, but all I'm saying is that like a woman is not less worthy. Because here's the thing. A woman is a woman. A married woman or an unmarried woman is the same thing. They're both women. They're both women. Marriage is just a title. It's nothing else. The value of the woman is the same. I don't give a damn if she's married to 100 people or she's never married. The value, so if I bought a cow, a married cow and an unmarried cow is still a cow. That's all I'm saying. Men, we say, oh, she's unmarried, and that's
we can't use cows as a variable, because cows.
Well, I just used that
sexual marketplace value.
Yeah, because I mean that doesn't have nothing to do with anything. I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. This was going on. I'm gonna tell you right now. Listen, there was something I wanted to bring up earlier. Now, I used to mess with this young lady back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So we got
one second. Georgia, tell me a time that you got to get off, so I know where we.
No, I'm good.
I'm gonna be real quick. So I'm not long-winded like that. So, but please ask me to fill in the gaps. So I met this, we reacquainted last year and we was talking, you know what I'm saying? I used to get the milk without buying the cow. Now she want me to buy the cow now.
Referencing cows.
Damn it. Hey, listen. Hold on. I'm saying though, now that okay, all right. I say, all right, both of us, I say I'm established now. what I consider myself, I can provide if need to. You know what I'm saying? My whole thing is I'm like, okay, why is she trying to put all these high expectations on something? Like, oh, I'm like, hold on, you trying to make me wait for what? I'm like, I'm telling the mentality has changed. You know what I'm saying? It's like, just imagine like me meeting her and she I didn't have no prior experience to her. Now she's putting all these look, that's what I'm saying. Like, as an older person, especially when a woman that's the same age as me or close to age as me, that expectation, I'm not trying to hear him at all. Because I'm like, damn, I'm like, you doing this with me, and I know you. You know what I'm saying? That's the crazy thing about it. That's why it's hard for me to try to be in relationships with any women with these crazy expectations, especially like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, especially we had prior dealings. So I'm like, what are you talking about?
The best analogy, if you say it, is like this. When the man was 20, he was rich. And now that he's poor, he think he can get the girl. So that girl, in the same way, the girl is very beautiful. And now she became not as attractive older. Now her expectations have gone up. So that poor man had the rich man had no expectations. And all of a sudden, that poor man was like, you got to be able to cook, clean, take me out. He got a list of all these things. And you're like, brother, you work your minimum wage. How can you have these expectations? That's how we look at it. Because if you met me and I had a lot of money, and now I have nothing, and I have all of these requirements,
the top of the mountain. Men are born in the valleys around it. A man is judged on how high he climbs. A woman is judged on how far she falls. Men have much to gain. Women have much to lose. A man has to prove his worth. A woman has to preserve her worth. Masculinity is built and femininity is preserved.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what y'all talking about right now.
That's
not all.
Because
I want a woman's perspective. That's what I want right now. Because I love it when women come on panels. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm talking about. I'm saying like I mean, okay, you used to date somebody, you know what I'm saying, years ago.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Personal. She's a therapist, man. We're not gonna go there.
No, who, me? I'm getting personal.
Her. No, not her. She's not gonna go personal like that. That's not.
No, I'm asking for a perspective. Her thoughts.
Professional.
I know.
This.
What was the question?
No, I'm asking. I'm saying like, okay, you know what I'm saying, I was dealing with a woman that I used to mess around with, but now, you know what I'm saying, we reconnected, but she put all these high expectations as if like, hey, you know what I'm saying, I got to earn it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like what's the deal with that? With women trying to, you know what I'm saying, have all these high expectations, even though I understand if it was like, I didn't know her, but I know her. So, you know, I don't understand the dynamics today or what women be thinking in their heads. They think that they can get more, you know what I'm saying? When I had to put in less, and I had less at the time.
Younger. When you were younger.
Yes.
So I think when women are dating older, you know, they are looking for more and they are expecting you to put in more. And so there is a different dynamic versus dating in your 20s versus dating somebody in their 40s.
Now, these are not strangers. These are not strangers meeting. These are people who know each other.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it
George,
does.
here's the question. This still goes back to this. What do men value from women? What do men look for? You in Atlanta. How many times you go to Magic City and seen a whole bunch of girls? You go to Magic City and see guys. Why?
Yeah.
Because guys value outward beauty. Are you more beautiful when you're younger or more beautiful when you're older?
Well, it just depends.
No.
We just sat here and heard that video. Women fight to keep their beauty over the age, and men fight to keep their masculinity.
Can you play the video?
I'm not gonna lie. Some women peak at different ages. I'm not gonna lie, because the time I was dealing. Huh? Go ahead.
Overall, you know that a woman who 20 years old, and then you look at her when she's 50, they not the same.
No, that's extreme.
That's how
I'm not dealing with 50-year-old women, so
I'm just saying, just in general, they not the same.
I deal with their daughters.
Am I right?
But here's the crazy thing about that. The woman that you went to school with that ain't give you the time of day, that went off and got what to do with the red BMW, you know what I mean, and went through it. Then you go through life, you get older, you set yourself up, you Gucci. Then she come back around the block trying to see what's up. And next you know, it's like, nah, I'm good. I'd rather your daughter that you had with the dude with the red BMW, because guess what? I just picked me up a red 7 Series. You understand? I ain't trying to mess with your old ass. So that's how you normally goes.
We done went from
so why, I guess let me just ask this question, Georgia. Why is it that a woman, when she gets older,
you know how we have to use analogies? Come on.
Why is it that when a woman gets older and her beauty is not what it was, now she expects more? And the analogy that I'm giving is like, why a guy, if he went broke, now he has all these expectations. If he did that, a woman would be like, your broke ass can't do nothing for me. Why is it that a woman who gets older and
you did not just try that. Look at what Lock she
some women close some right down. Oh, come on,
Phyllis, your preposition is insane.
So you gonna say that? All right. Do you think when a guy all right? When do you think a man peaks? When does a man?
No. It's not.
Are we back to this conversation? Where are we going with this?
I think it's insane that you're sitting there preposition that 60-year-old women. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you what you guys are doing, right? Okay. Vivica Fox, old fucking fat ass. Right?
Oh Lord Jesus!
Let me finish. Let me finish.
The language.
I'm sorry. Apologies.
We got a lady in the room. You got her dipping off the screen. She's gonna have to turn her camera off.
Did you just say that about Vivica Fox?
Can we not use Vivica Fox? That's all she does.
Apologies. Vivica Fox is old.
Haggard.
She's my age.
Okay.
She's very seasoned.
Old. She was a baddie back in the day. She's not anymore. So everybody, this is the thing that makes me mad, is that younger people in the space are using her as an example, right? She's an older woman that's past her prime that probably wish she had made better choices when she was younger. She didn't make them. So she's reminiscing like all of us older people do. I reminisced back to when I was in my 30s. That was 30 years ago. Okay, it ain't coming back. I can think about it and I can talk about it, but it ain't gonna happen.
I'm not saying that
you can't use me or her as an example in a 30-year-old dating pool. And that's what they're doing. They're sitting there saying, oh, Rico, wait till he gets 60. He want a 30-year-old. No, I'm 60. I don't want no 30-year-old. If I talked about it, I'm just talking out the side of my behind. I don't mean it really, because it's not realistic. Only people who are going to date 30-year-olds and 20-year-olds are other 30-year-olds and 20-year-olds.
I'm 40. I don't want no 30-year-old.
Don't get 30-year-old.
Uncle Krusty, that's incorrect, my brother, because who was Vivica Fox dating when she was younger? She was dating 50 Cent. Now, at the age she at now, 50 Cent can get
what was younger? What was younger? What was younger?
That was about 20 years ago.
But let me say this, Uncle Krusty. Can Vivica Fox get 50 Cent?
No.
If she wanted. Or can 50 Cent get Vivica Fox if he wanted?
Yes,
that lets you know about the age difference.
Excuse me. But that's what I'm saying, Fearless. The younger can always get the older. Vivica Fox can't get no. Vivica Fox is she almost 60? She can't get. She is not attractive to anybody except the people in her age group today. Now, younger people can get older people. Older people can only get younger people with money.
Can I just say one thing?
Hold on, stop. That's the whole point of hypergamy. But go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I got to say one thing real quick. Like I said, I got Bible study in the morning, and I can't be up all day. Young.
I know you lying.
He tried it. I don't even know him.
Anyway, a wise man once said, "Back then you didn't want me. Now I'm hot. You all on me." All right. That's all I
Mike
got.
Jones.
Good night. Thanks for everything.
Thank you, Bacchus.
I got to read the
Appreciate you,
book.
brother.
You know, I got to go save some of these people. You know, get them saved bring them over to the Lord.
Yeah,
Salute,
hallelujah.
Baptist. We love you, brother. We love you. All I'm saying is the reality is this is insanity that we're having this conversation.
We're not having this conversation. We're not trying to even go down this road, is what I'm trying to say. Why are we going down this road? Hypergamy is hypergamy. It's never going to change from every culture to any culture. Men always marry down, women marry up. Let's just leave that where it is. Is that video queued up so we can play it?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
let's play that.
Wow. What was her name? Where that girl at? There she go.
Says is preserved.
And this is something that we have to look at. They're taught to be a man and internalize everything. And then on top of that, us women, we have never learned, we were never taught what it means to create the atmosphere for your man to open up himself to you. And so in times and moments where your man opens up himself to you, it's very hard for you to receive it. In fact, in a moment where you were upset at him, angry at him, mad at him, you used that information that he gave you, which was so sacred, against him. It was a slap to his face. And now you're asking yourself, why doesn't he talk? Why doesn't he want to speak to me? Why isn't he going the same way that he did before? So we have to learn how to create the atmosphere for a man to open up himself to us. But it's imperative that we know that this atmosphere comes from within.
Okay. So that was a good video. It's a good video. I don't have anything negative to say about it. I think what she said was positive. Absolutely. I agree with that 1000%. I'm just trying to get the context of the video. But I agree with every word the young lady said. I would like to know the context of who she is and what, because I don't think you say those words in a vacuum. That's it. Those words weren't said because she just jumped out of the bed and those words spilled out of her mouth. There was some context around that, and that wasn't showed in the video. So I don't want men to use it as if it was spoken in a vacuum.
But the thing is it wasn't spoken in a vacuum because a lot of us deal with this stuff all the time.
No, it wasn't spoken in a vacuum. That's what I'm saying, and I get what you're saying, HB Global. Like we can all say that as men we experience that, but I'm sitting there saying is even when we experience that, it wasn't experienced in a vacuum. It wasn't like we didn't end up in these situations with a woman who for whatever reason, however she felt like from out of nothingness. We have to stop doing that. So
let me ask you,
and I can sit there and say that you were right, she was wrong, but I just want to say that look, she was wrong, whether she had a reason or not, she was wrong. But to sit there and just make it like, oh, women are just crazy, that's the problem. It's like we can't be walking around.
I think she said that. Crazy. So let me ask you. The first question is rhetorical. Do you love your wife?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
To the ends of the earth, absolutely.
How many times have you cried, opened up, been vulnerable, said all the things, your deepest secrets that you could do with your
me? Never.
Boom, and you're a beta male, as you claim to be.
So did you just
and
hear
you
that?
Still can't open up and say anything to your wife.
No,
I want to hear. I want you to hear what he just said.
Yeah, me.
He loves his wife to the end of the earth. How many times have you been vulnerable to her?
I've said multiple times. If you didn't hear me earlier, I'm broken.
No, I'm not, and I'm not saying anything is wrong with you. I'm saying that I'm saying there is. We don't open up. And because before you came on, Georgia was saying, hey, how can you not be with someone you couldn't be vulnerable with? We always say.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that I can't be. That's part of the problem. Is my wife wish I would be. I'm saying me. I'm not saying that I can't be or she's not receptive to it. I'm saying
Do you
it's
think
me.
she would look,
There's a difference there.
even though she loves you, do you think she would look at you?
No.
And you can say no, but maybe how you feel. Let's go with how you feel in the reality. Even though your wife loves you, do you think that she would look at you differently if you were that vulnerable person?
I honestly don't know, but I don't think so. But I'm not, because even her culture that she comes from, the machismo bullshit, which we always talk about in Latin America, it fits within that. Because not only am I not vulnerable, other family members are not. So she's more accustomed to it anyway. So me turning it off ain't nothing she ain't used to, because her uncles and her brothers and all the rest of them don't either. But me personally, and I don't do it because they do it. I do it because how I feel.
But that sounds like it was a taught thing. If her uncles and everybody else in her family is used to not sharing certain details about their lives and their struggles, then that sounds like that's a generational thing that's been passed down based on the actions or the reactions of their counterparts in a negative way.
I agree.
What we're trying to tell you, Georgia. This is a generational thing. This ain't something we just came up with. This has been going on. My grandfather would tell you, there's no way I would tell your grandmother everything.
I agree. Thank you. I agree. Thank you. I 1000% agree. And what I'm saying is I co-opted it, and I didn't co-opt it. It was already in me, but it was like, okay, fuck it. They do it. I can do it. All right, let's keep rocking. And I'm broken.
I want to continue this as much as I can, but we have been gone for 4 hours. Usually we're trying to get down to 2, but I didn't want to stop it any longer, but I've been keeping her on. I want to make sure that, it's just like if you guys ever watch a series, we end right when the hype starts, so we can always part 2 on our next series. So I'm stopping it so that our next series we can continue on. And I want to invite all of you guys, because this is great. Uncle Krusty, you did not put your information in the back channel. I want you to do that for us so that we can all get a hold of you. I also want to say thank you, Georgia. I appreciate it. I think this has been very helpful. It's been very good. I think it's opened a lot of ears and eyes and hearts to a lot of people. I even found out myself that maybe I need to talk to some people.
Dan.
As I say previously, this is like the starfish story where the girl's walking across the beach, 1,000 starfish. She throws one in. Guy says it didn't help. She picks another one up and says it mattered to that one. So maybe all of these people, maybe 1,000 people watched and only one person it mattered to. That's all that matters.
Wow.
Go ahead, young lady. We'll let you close.
Well, again, this is more than, this is my second time now doing this, and this is more than I could have ever thought. We're talking about vulnerability and how difficult it is for men to be vulnerable. Yet, I was on here with several men who were vulnerable, and it touched me because I know how hard it is for men to get into therapy. And so for us to have this conversation, you all share your experiences with depression, anxiety, PTSD, alcoholism. These are the things that men are struggling with and are scared to talk to somebody about. And we just had 4 hours of conversation. We talked about many different things, but this is amazing to me. And I just never thought, me being a therapist and sitting in a room and doing this, I never thought that this would go beyond this point. And so I appreciate you, Fearless, for even inviting me on here. And I'm so appreciative to you men. And we got several different age groups on here. And I'm just like,
and Black men.
Yes, Black men. And, like I said, I I am a sensitive person. I still remain compassionate in what I do, and I don't ever want to lose that. And that's something, like I said earlier, we're told not to show emotions. I do not want to lose that piece of me, because that means I become hardened, and I don't want to be that kind of therapist. I want to be the kind of therapist that I can feel my clients' emotions and we can work together through them. I don't want to be that cold therapist sitting in a room talking to a client. So I'm always going to show emotion when I feel it, and I'm never going to hold that back, and I'm never going to apologize for that. So I appreciate all of you men for sharing and being open, and this is what we need, and we need more of it. And I thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
No problem. I appreciate being able to be a part of your thesis when you go for your doctorate. That's all I'm saying. I know you over there documenting the hell out of our conversations. Okay,
I know.
I know what you're doing over there.
She gonna write a book.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you gentlemen have a good night, and thank you again. And I
No
look forward
problem.
to
We
doing
appreciate you all the time.
it. All right. Take care.
Mm-hmm.
Send some of them well-off women towards my way.
Yeah.
I would do a dating
$300,000 one.
channel.
That $300,000 one, we're definitely interested in hearing about.
Go to bed. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Guys, I just want to thank everyone for coming up here, man. I think these are the type of conversations we have, and it just tells me that it's much more beneficial because, we don't even see the same type of energy in the chat that we would normally see when we're doing the other channels and videos.
Yeah.
So this is great, and I'm glad that you guys joined and opened up. I think this is a good thing, especially for us being Black men, to be able to discuss this, man. And I would say this, even though we talking to the world, it's almost like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So what we talk about in this channel, if I see anybody going out to another channel talking about what somebody did when they were here, talking bad about them, or they were vulnerable or this, you will not be invited back here. So with that said, what we try to do is at least make this a safe zone. So I don't want people who are on this panel to go somewhere else and talk negatively about what we said here. We try to keep this a little bit safe.
Or feel like they can't have a conversation in here without it being shared to the world and used in a negative tone.
That is correct. That is right. Great show, uninterrupted with the shenanigans. That's right, Drew. We took some lessons and we tried to move on. So we're going to try to have this every Thursday, or at least every other Thursday. Last week we had a show with Todd Allen, and he has a channel called
How to Be Happy TV.
How to Be Happy. So we talked about, the sadness and 5 ways to get happy. We hope that we can continue this and keep going with it. So with that said, guys, I'm going to bid everyone.
Well, can we anybody say goodbye?
Oh, brother, yeah, I was just saying my piece, and then everybody else can say their piece. I'm out of it. Whoever wants, I'll let Ronan be the last person, and whoever wants to go next, continue on.
Go ahead, old crusty age before beauty, man. Go ahead, man. Come on, brother.
I was just gonna say that I really appreciate the opportunity to come up. And again, I hope people show my vulnerability. By all means, I really, what drew me up here was you having Dr. Georgia. I don't know if I'm using
that's her ghost name, by the way. That's not her real name.
I apologize if I'm, whatever, because I don't know, but I think it was good. And it was like having this sort of conversation is what compelled me to come up and join the conversation. I wouldn't have came up here if it was the normal, buffoonery we see in the space. And I'm not saying you guys do, but just everybody. Everybody, the women, they're like, I don't want to talk about that. But she was up here and she was talking about mental health. I thought was very important. I think it was very important in our community. I think it was very important in the veteran space. I think it was very important just to talk about it so that we could destigmatize. Because again, like I said, I came from a generation where mental health was stigmatized and people was afraid to talk about it. And that's why I felt compelled to share that if you were born of the boomer generation, we hid anybody having to deal with any sort of mental health because it wasn't acceptable then. And even to this day, a lot of that stigma still exists among us. I know people who have family members and so on and so forth. Oh, and people, people were stigmatized for mental health where they weren't mental health issues. Okay, they were just regular issues, and people really went away. And you guys just have no idea how that felt and how it still feels to this day. So hopefully I'm glad that at least I could express in my little way how people felt about it. And I just think that the conversation was really great. I applaud you guys for what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. I think is a good thing. And I salute you both. When I catch your ass slipping, I'll let you know. But tonight, you guys did a great job. You really did. And and HB Global, brother, I learned a little bit more about you. I want to say that, from just hearing a little bit about your backstory, I empathize more with what you went through. We don't have to see everything exactly the same, but again, I'm getting closer to understanding what some of the younger men behind me are going through. But I will also say that, like, I'm going to continue to try to educate. That's it. But I apologize in any place that where maybe I went too far, and where that I didn't. I stand on that shit. Thank you, and have a great night, sir.
All right. Appreciate you, old Krusty.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Yeah. I think people talking to somebody, trying to get your mental health under control is very important. It took me a long time. I wouldn't say a long time because I did it several years ago, maybe like 10 years ago. I didn't get what I needed from it at the time, because how you watch Hollywood television shows and the therapist sitting up there, they give them all the, the person. I'm like, damn, where's that? You know what I'm saying? So that's why, because I was like, I want this person to help me. You know what I'm saying? Help me come to like finding out like what is causing me to feel this way. And me trying it again the second time, I didn't get it again. So I was like, God damn, like, I mean, this therapist, like, are these people just here to take the money? Because I wasn't getting any solutions, you know what I'm saying, from any of the things I was saying. I'm like, I was talking to this person for like weeks and shit. You know what I'm saying? Then it came to a point where I was hearing this person's problem. I'm like, bro, I'm not your therapist, dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm not paying you, you know what I'm saying, to goddamn to deal with your shit. You know what I'm saying? So but I do think it's important because I seen it early, man. Cats that was heavily medicated, dudes that went through some shit. I knew some cats that was, that was forced reconnaissance, and these cats was like dead inside. They couldn't sleep. They couldn't sleep at night. They just dealing with all kind of demons. And at the time, I didn't think I was dealing with, demons until like, I caught myself, having these road rage issues. I always wanted to, smack the hell out of somebody because they think it's a game. They don't know my pedigree. They think it's like, okay, I'm just gonna talk trash to this guy and think he ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I'm saying? That stuff like it frustrates you. You know what I'm saying? And even though you can give advice to other men, say, hey, bro, you need to cool out. Sometimes I'm not taking my own advice because sometimes when you're in a moment, that's why I wanted to like try to seek help. Like, hey, man, I need some damn tools to help me mitigate all this frustration that I'm having. And you know what I'm saying? Especially
somebody.
You know what I'm saying? Especially dealing with people at work, people being passive aggressive, you know what I'm saying? And just a whole number of things, you know what I'm saying? Even just with dealing with personal life stuff. But yeah, Yeah, I am coming up on 16,000 subscribers. I want y'all to make sure y'all go subscribe to Fillers and make sure y'all go subscribe to Ronan Travels. Make sure you get these guys subscriber counts up. You know what I'm saying? Get their views up and support these guys because they also bringing some good grown man shit to the travel space. You know what I'm saying? Like even I'm casting through their content, but I also wanted to provide a balance of, you know what I'm saying, information for men who travel, you know, not just, you know what I'm saying, just traveling to turn it up. You know, we're talking about finance stuff and you know, mental health, man.
And make sure you put your channel in the chat for everyone, please.
Yes, right up under my name. Y'all will see it. Yeah. So
Facebook Gun Global all day.
Darnell,
Yeah.
parting words for the people.
Yes, I just want to say this is a great episode. I really appreciate Miss Georgia for coming on. Rico coming on. You know, salute to the entire panel. You know, for coming on. It takes great strength. You know, especially dealing with the stigma. You know, of mental health. You know, because the first thing people start doing as soon as you say, "Hey, I'm seeing a therapist or something," or you know, I take anxiety medication. The first thing is people use that to attack you. Let's face it. I know Rico was talking earlier about there used to be a stigma. There's no used to be about it. It's still prevalent to this day. You know, you hear it a lot, both with men and women. You know, where not only is it a stigma anymore, but now the term therapy has been weaponized. You know, so you say therapy, you need therapy. Everyone always says someone else needs therapy. Well, but I think a lot of times, so people need to look in the mirror, you know, and instead of just shouting, "You need therapy," you know, try to just kind of be cognizant. You know, don't weaponize therapy. Don't just start shouting, "Somebody needs therapy," you know, and try to demean them. You know, as far as you know, for those that do feel that, hey, you need help. One of the things I do want to recommend, because I really wish, you know, the medical community would do more of like vitamin testing and things of that nature. Because as I found out, you know, when you are vitamin deficient, again, you know, if you are struggle with substance abuse like I did, you tend not to eat. You know, like I would go literally almost 3 days without eating. Yeah, just because I just didn't feel like eating, just wasn't hungry. I would only eat just to, you know, because it got to a point where, man, I felt so weak and I finally had to break down and eat something. You know, but it tends to, and that's real common with alcoholism. It depletes your vitamin Bs. I'm not sure about vitamin D. I might have been just vitamin D deficient. It is very common here in Arizona. Vitamin D deficiency is very common in Arizona. So it might have been something else that caused me to be vitamin D deficient. But as I said, vitamin D deficiency can cause mental health issues. It causes depression. So before you start taking medication, you know, take a vitamin test first. Find out, am I vitamin D deficient? For those of you that live in states like Washington State or Alaska, where you don't get any sunlight, you know, I think Alaska got 30 days and no sun, you know, no daylight. You know, I found out self-deletion rates. The Army has a base up there called Fort Wainwright. They had it was either Fort Wainwright or Fort Richardson. One of the two had led the Army in self-deletion. You know, so just kind of think about that. You know, and again, you know, I'm not against medication, but you know, I would kind of do medication. Make sure you're ready for it. You know, don't just start taking, because once you start, you can't just stop. you know, your body, the problem is your body, over the course of time can reject it. You know, if you try to start, if you stop and start, and it's no longer effective. So, but thank you for having me. You know, great episode today.
And I'm gonna let Ronan finish it off. And I put that in the chat when I looked it up. It said vitamin D deficiency is associated with depression, and especially people who are melanated. We actually need more sunlight than other races.
Got to keep that tan going.
Yep. Also fatty fish. You know, like salmon, cod, tuna.
Exactly.
Prism. I don't know who Prism is, but congratulations. Great conversation.
Prism, we
$10.
appreciate you joining in. Yes. I was going to say that. Prism, thank you for joining in, and thank you for the $10 super chat. Oh, Prism, where have you been? Thanks for the $10 super chat. Okay, yes.
Oh, it must
Prism,
be HB.
Yeah, go to HB. We appreciate you listening. Please don't let this be the last time. Please join in. And Roland, brother, go ahead.
One question: are we doing Lions Den tomorrow night? And what's the topic?
Well, I have not gotten that far.
See how much, man? That's crazy, bro.
No,
We'll be coming up with.
I hope that by next week we can schedule it out a few weeks ahead.
So stay tuned if we're going to do Lions Den tomorrow night or not. It could be a last minute yay versus a nay, but we're doing some restructuring here. Some people can be exposed to certain things online right now. But it was a great topic. You know, I'm a huge advocate for mental health for men, especially with the things I went through in my lifetime within the military alone. And I know so many young men have dealt with other things, not even necessarily dealing with the military. I think we all have been traumatized growing up. So I'm always encouraging people to seek help. And sometimes you can't just do it on your own. You need the assistance of a professional. So I would tell each and every one of y'all, if you have regressed feelings of anger and different things like that, you know, you jump off or you have a very short temper, these are all signs of having some type of trauma or traumatic event that's happened to you that maybe you're suppressing as a child. So I would definitely encourage you guys to seek help, at least be evaluated for it, get your vitamin test done. I do take vitamin D3, B12. I'm on turmeric. I do moringa powder. I do a whole bunch of holistic things for myself at my age, even at 6'2", 290 pounds. I do not have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, any of the things that would kill you. I don't have them. So don't let science say that, oh, because you're this. We are black people. We are bigger than the European standard. So if you're going off that European standard to say what the fuck is actually in line with health, that is not true. And I don't know what the hell y'all sucking on in the background, but that shit is not sounding
cool
I'm
sorry. The little pet scared. He came out of nowhere. I'm like, what the
is
hell
that your damn killer rabbit or something?
Yeah, man, hey, look, man, I got a ghetto rabbit.
You got a killer rabbit over there, man. If y'all ever seen what's Monty Python's The Meaning of Life, he got killer rabbits over there, bro. They'll eat humans.
He's an attack rabbit, man, straight from the hood.
But anyway, like I said, just stay encouraged. We look to do some more in this series with the mental health. We're trying to make it Thursdays on a regular basis. This is our third week. If you guys have ideas, if you're on the replay or even now, once we end the live, of things you'd like to have us bring up on topics to discuss, that's all encouraged. Please leave a note in the chat, or not actually, chat's going to be closed. So in the comments on either one of our pages, what ideas you would like to hear us bring up when it comes to mental health in our community specifically, you know. But we're going to go ahead and end the live now. We're almost 4 hours and 21 minutes in. Appreciate everybody coming up on the panel and people that came into the live to contribute and comment, and even in all the super chats. We appreciate those too. Thank you very much.
I'll play an outro. If you listen this long and you haven't subscribed, and hit that notification bell, shame on you. My goodness, shame on you.
That's a damn shame.
That is a damn shame.
You know what they could be,
we meet
though?
again next week, my friends.
They could be one of those.
Peanut butter and jealous. These fuckers hate us because they ain't us.
They could be some haters up in here. You know what I'm saying? They just came in to listen. Yeah. But we hope that some of you haters have actually learned something today.
We're going to talk about that off screen. I'm going to have to address Well, all right, guys. Until next time.
Roll that beautiful bean footage, brother.
I'm going to do that outro as the intro. Is that all right?
That's cool. Whichever.
All right.
All right, folks. Thursday evening is coming in hot. And you know what that means? It's time for another round of the evening therapy session. Brought to you by your favorite hosts, the Fearless Podcast and the one and only Ronin Travelers. This week, episode 3, we're getting deeper, we're getting realer, and we're bringing you the truth you need to hear. Now we've got our special returning guest, a true Southern belle from Atlanta, Georgia. She's got a master's degree in therapy, and she knows her stuff when it comes to relationships and mental health. You don't want to miss her insight, folks. This time, she's tackling a topic that hits home for a lot of people: why men suffer in silence. Did you know that according to national stats, over 6 million men suffer from depression every year, and men are 4 times more likely to die by self-deletion than women? This is real, folks, and it's happening every day. Too often, men are taught to keep it all inside, to man up and deal with it alone. But tonight, our expert therapist is breaking down why this happens, what you can do about it, and how we can change the conversation around men's mental health. So if you're struggling, or you know someone who is, if you're tired of carrying that weight alone, tune in this Thursday night. We're going to dig into what's really going on in men's heads and talk about the real issues that keep men silent. It's the conversation you need to hear: lively, blunt, and most importantly, honest. Our therapist will be sharing her powerful insight, and you know Fearless and Ronin will be asking the questions you've always wanted answered. So grab your seat, tune in, and let's get into it. Thursday night, episode 3 of the evening therapy session with the Fearless Podcast and Ronin Travelers. Be there, because the only way we grow is by breaking the silence. We'll see you there. Don't miss it.